Okay.
All right, you ready, Grandpa?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so this is what, your 36th birthday today? What
Okay.
what what birthday is this?
That's a good one.
That's a good one,
That's a
36.
good
Maybe
number, but
add a couple
but
of decades to that.
this is 60. This is my this is the 96th birthday.
96
The
birthdays.
96. Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
The
so
96.
I have a question for you. Where were you born? What city were you born in?
I was told Louisville, Kentucky.
You were told Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah,
Well, where do you remember growing up
in
when you were a
Louisville.
young
I
boy
grew up in Louisville.
in Louisville?
Hmm.
And so tell me, what was it like in Louisville around that time when you were, their earliest memories? Talk to me about what that was like.
Well, Louisville was the southern city, not typical southern, but southern maybe like St. Louis and some of the other places on the border.
Mm.
Right on the border. It was right on the border of the Mason-Dixon line. So, which meant that once you're on the other side, you were considered in the north. If you crossed
Mm.
that Mason-Dixon line, which was the Ohio River, you was considered
Oh.
north. And it was a southern city, as Malcolm X said, that all cities south of the Canadian border was in the south.
Was in the South, right?
so So we had some of the practices, but I noticed that Louisville. I didn't notice it until I was old enough to go to Tuskegee. I didn't notice that uh, there were things that black folks could do in Alabama
That you
that
couldn't
they
do
that
here.
weren't doing in Kentucky,
Like what?
like driving trains and big
Mm.
trucks.
So a
That
lot of
was
black people couldn't have jobs here. That you realized when you went to Tuskegee that they had those jobs
they
down there
had jobs there
that they couldn't do here. They
that
wouldn't
were
get hired to
that
do
were
here.
not black jobs here.
Mm. And were they not black jobs here because black people didn't do those jobs, or were they not hired because of unions? Like, why couldn't they do those jobs here in Kentucky?
Well, because they reserved them for themselves.
Mm.
Any
So DEI,
Yeah, so anything they wanted for themselves, uh,
they just wouldn't let.
we wouldn't get it.
And this
We
was all the way.
was
This is
not
when you
open
were
to
a
us.
kid and adult, really, because you went to college.
Yeah.
And so when you were a kid, were school. What was that like going to school in Louisville?
Well, this I didn't. I went to a school that my father was the principal of, and
Mm.
his school was very modern and up to date.
And what school? What was the name of his school?
He was the principal of Virginia Avenue School
Okay.
in 1935,
Mm.
and so when I entered Virginia Avenue. I think that was his first year there as a principal.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And what was
as
his name?
Clyde A. Ligon,
Clyde A.
Dr. Clyde
Ligon,
A. Ligon.
principal of Virginia School.
Yes, Virginia Avenue.
Virginia Avenue School. And
Yeah,
there was a famous person that went. Ain't that where um,
Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali went to
That
school there,
was
right?
He was his principal. My father was his principal
So, did he go to school there before or after you?
after me.
After you, okay.
As a matter of fact, some of the things that you would hear Muhammad Ali say, I knew he learned it from my
From your
father
father. Mm.
because he taught black pride
Mm. In the school. And
in
this was a public school.
public school.
Mm.
That
And
was that was that made, but he was making waves that created some problems. But
like what?
for him, because that wasn't
The
uh,
norm and acceptable.
that wasn't acceptable.
Hmm.
You know,
What was he doing? Because I'm guessing this was an all black school.
yeah,
Because it wasn't integrated at the
there
time.
was no integration. No,
Right.
yeah,
So
that
this is an
was
all black school that he's leading. He's teaching black history and black empowerment. Even though it was at a black school, it was still an issue.
it was outlawed.
Outlaw. So what kind of repercussions, if you remember, were they facing because of this?
He could have been fired.
Mm.
They wasn't paying that close
Close
attention,
attention.
and so he got away with it because they wasn't paying that close attention. And his students they excelled
Mm.
after they left elementary school, the students that finished that school went to the top. They were all
Wow.
students that because first of all they had pride in themselves, and then they had confidence in themselves, which comes from faith. They had faith in themselves because
Hmm.
they weren't taught that they were nothing
Right.
at that school.
Right.
So that made a big difference in them scholastically and emotionally and so forth.
And for you, going to school there, having your father be the principal of the school there, how did you feel at the time? Like, did you feel like you wanted to follow in his footsteps? Like, what were you feeling before you went off to college? Like, what were your kind of goals, dreams, and aspirations as a young boy?
I didn't have any goals.
You didn't have any
I
goals.
didn't have any goals because at that time, if you wasn't interested in being a teacher or a minister, it wasn't anything out there for you. Well,
Mm,
there were some professions that we had doctors and we did have some lawyers in our community, and of course, everything that we had was just for the black community.
right.
So, but so that meant that we had a middle class and a few above the middle class, but that very, very few. And what we would call middle class in the white community was really lower
Mm,
middle for
hmm.
them. But our upper class,
And so, because of that, you felt like you didn't have any aspirations. Because why was that? Did you just feel like, what's the point? Or,
well, there wasn't a lot of things open to you
hmm,
at that time. But as I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of things open, so you didn't hear black kids talking about getting a good job uh, with this company or that company and doing this or doing that
mm,
because those things weren't open.
right.
You
There
know,
was no, the companies didn't hire black people.
yeah,
When we had jobs, it was working in our own communities, providing services for people in our own communities.
or working as servants in the white community.
Our servants in the white communities,
Every
black jobs, as they would say.
most of us that worked in the black white community were working the black jobs,
Hmm.
hmm
Mm,
and that was all a servant type of work,
right,
and so that was nothing to be looking forward to.
right.
Although some did look forward to it because it was all that was available
Mm.
mhm,
And so,
outside of your community.
outside of our community, right? So, when you were getting ready, well, one, why did you decide to go to university? And then, why did you decide to go to Tuskegee University?
Well, I was went to Tuskegee because my one of my teachers at Central was a Tuskegee graduate.
Mm.
Because my mother's brother-in-law, my aunt's husband, was a graduate of Tuskegee, but uh, the one that inspired me to go to Tuskegee was one of the graduates who taught at Central High School, and so uh, several of us elected to go there because he encouraged us to do so,
Mm.
and of course Tuskegee specialized in trades. So although it taught all the other academics, it specialized in trades. So I took an interest in tailoring at that time.
In tailoring?
Yes.
Oh, so that's why you look so dapper
So I
today, huh?
made clothes. We made clothes and
Really?
things, and
I didn't never knew you did that.
and I was good at sewing, and so I could fix my clothes, tailor my clothes and whatnot. So that was took me to Tuskegee because I was going to take up a trade,
Mm. And so at
and
the time, did you want to become like a tailor, make suits, and
I don't know that I really had that in mind. Uh, I was just getting away from home. And so
You said, I'm just trying to get out
it's
of,
time to get out of town.
get you some independence.
Yeah, and so time to grow up. So that was part of it, and I didn't focus too much on school when I got away from home.
Oh,
I
really?
was focused on partying.
You was
I
partying.
was focused on partying, and
Oh my goodness. So when you
so
got to Tuskegee, you just was having a good time.
I turned loose.
You said
I,
my dad ain't principal here.
I
I'm gonna do what I want to
I
do.
turned loose, and so yeah. So at any rate, that was a good experience, and I learned some good lessons while I was there. And
And tell me about like what are some of the things that you remember? What are some of your fondest memories of being at Tuskegee?
well, some of the good memories was one time I got a chance to meet one of the mainline uh, uh, musicians. I think it was Count Basie came
Whoa.
through, and when they came through, I worked at what they call the guest house, where everybody stays on campus. That was a guest, and I met the musicians, and then they invited me to a dance out at the Propeller Club. I think was where they were playing, and uh, I went out, and they found out I was a musician, and they let me sit in.
And what
So
instrument
I
did
got
you
a chance.
play?
I played trumpet, and so I
Oh.
sat in the trumpet section
Wait, you played trumpet for Count Basie?
with Count Basis.
Are
Yeah,
you serious?
yeah. And so yeah, so I sat in the band with them, and so that was a pleasure and a privilege. And
Wow.
and then let's see,
I know your friends was jealous.
I got a chance to meet other distinguished people were always coming through Tuskegee.
And
Uh,
this was because your job working as what was it called? You worked at the guest house,
I worked at the guest house,
which is
uh,
where they had
which
all
was
the
like
distinguished guests come and
a
stay.
college hotel,
Right.
and where the guests would stop,
And what was your
stay,
job at the guest
and
house?
some of the teachers. I just did porter work,
What's that mean? What's porter work?
housekeeping,
Okay.
in
So you was
housekeeping,
just cleaning up. This was part of
cleaning.
like your work study program or
Yeah. Mm.
and so you just cleaning up and then all these famous black people are
Would
coming to Tuskegee,
They
you
would
getting to
come
meet
in,
them.
and I'd get a chance to meet them because they was coming right in, and I'd be working around. Yeah.
Wow. That
And
reminds me, I don't know if I told you when I was up at Howard, I volunteered when they opened up the MLK Memorial,
okay,
and Stevie Wonder was there, and I
okay.
somehow I had gotten the job of handing out the polo shirts and the
Mm.
hats, and I was able to give Stevie Wonder his the give him one of the commemorative shirts.
Okay.
And he took the commemorative shirt and he's like, "Oh, this is a good looking shirt." I didn't get to play with him, but I
uh,
remember that.
uh, yeah,
But wow, you got to play with Count Basie. That
yeah.
is unbelievable.
That was I didn't realize how important that was at the
At the
time,
time.
But at any rate, that was something to remember. And of course, I saw the great museum of George Washington Carver.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, I live right around the corner from it in the Emory House. And so, and then, of course, one thing that I saw that's not on the bright side, but it's on the dark side, was at the Tuskegee, at the military base,
Hmm.
was the Army Hospital. And I saw all of the patients that they experimented on with that great Tuskegee.
Hmm.
You might have heard of the
Experiment.
Tuskegee experiment.
Hmm.
Well, I saw it.
What do you mean you saw it?
I went. My cousin Jimmy Lomax took me over to see this hospital and see what they did over there. And we saw these men that they had permitted or allowed or brought in who had or was contracted um, uh, venereal disease,
Hmm.
and I could see how terrible it was, and they would work doing experiments to see uh, what would work on it and what didn't work and what not, and what would happen without medicine and with medicine. And so
And what made you and your friend go over there? Like, how did they just let you guys into the?
my cousin and
Yeah,
I were roommates. We went off to school
school
together,
together.
but he was older. Jimmy was a veteran, and
Oh, so he
so
could get
he
on the
could get
base.
into the hospital on the base, just showing his ID card. So he took me over because he wanted me to see, and by me
What they were
spreading my
doing.
wild oats, he wanted me to see how dangerous it was to have sex with somebody who
Mm,
might have a venereal disease.
yeah,
And
got you.
so when I saw these men with this syphilis and what it could do to you, the private parts were eaten off. Some of
Oof.
their faces was eaten off. Tongues were eaten off. I had never seen nothing like that before. And when I seen that, that stopped me from anything that I might have been thinking about doing. Any activity that
Mm,
that could be put off until marriage was put
hmm.
off.
And so, just for
That was
people
a
that
good
don't
learning
know,
experience.
I mean, you saw it in real life. You know, we learn about this, but I don't. I think a lot of people think this stuff is ancient history, and you witnessed this in person.
And some think it's a fable.
Yeah, something people don't even think it happened.
Yeah.
You know, and right now we're seeing a rewriting of history in this country, you know, by the Trump administration and
Mm.
pretending like, oh no, there's never been racism here. There's never been nothing ever. Oh no, everything's completely equal and based off merit in this country, which we know is just simply not true. But tell me about when they were doing these experiments. You know, here you had people came in, they had contracted what we would call today a STD, right? A sexually transmitted disease. And they were coming into the military hospital. And so what were these so-called doctors do? You said some of them they just decide, okay, well we're not going to treat this one and see what happens. We're going to use this experiment on this. Like what were they doing to these patients that made it so inhumane?
They were just observing. They wasn't trying to cure them. Well, they didn't have a cure at the
Mm,
time. There wasn't no cure for syphilis.
mm,
So they had medicines that I guess that they could use to give you some relief and whatnot.
mm-hmm.
But I don't think it was a cure. And
Right.
so they was doing what they always do. They was just trying and experimenting. Experimentation. That's why they call it the Tuskegee experiment.
Experiment.
Hmm.
And so some were given experimental drugs, some people were getting placebos, so they weren't getting drugs
That's
at
what they were
all.
doing. Giving them, some got the drugs, some got placebos.
Mm. And they had no idea this was not, they weren't willing participants in these studies. They were thinking, oh, we're getting the help we need.
Yeah, some thought they was going to get help. They thought they would get well. I guess I'm sure.
Mm.
You know, even though they was marked for death.
Wow.
Mm.
It's horrible. And so, you know, here you see this, you're at school, but at some point you decide, even though you're seeing this at the military base and what the military is doing, but you decide to join the military.
Yeah, I did that. Well, I had planned when I graduated from high school. There were no jobs. I graduated in 1946. The war was over. The Second World War was had just ended. The guys were coming home from the war. Every job that we had, if we had a job, we lost them, and the soldiers came and took the jobs that we had
Mm,
because they needed work, them take care of their families and themselves. And so whatever was available, even down to cutting grass,
mm.
they took them. and,
All
and
veterans, yeah.
the guys would take. I had a job where I had built a business where cutting grass where I could make up to $1,000 a day, and the guys came in and underbidded me and just killed my business. So
Mm,
I just got out of it
mm.
and went back to school. And
And this was while you was in high school?
mhm.
So you was rolling in the
Oh
dough.
yeah, we made some money. I could make money. It was always money to be made, and especially during the 40s, because all the men, able-bodied
We're gone.
men, were in the army,
Mm-hmm.
in the military,
Right.
and so the rest of us, we worked. I worked in defense plants. I did whatever was open. Uh, I had a shot at it because uh, the teenagers took the place of the men,
Right.
and also we had a lot of opportunities. And guys would work nights and go to school in the daytime,
Mm.
or go to work after school and what have you. So it was always something to do.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a different time because I feel like today, even if the people were away working or in the army, the rest of the country be like, "I'm not working. I ain't doing that job." I don't think we had the same work ethic that y'all had back then.
Well, it's new opportunities was open up that had never been
It never
open
been
before.
available,
Hmm.
and so you like, wow.
Yeah.
Whereas today, people got it too good but not good enough, and so
Hmm.
they like,
Yeah.
oh, interesting. And so you're at Tuskegee. When you saw the experiments, what year was that? Your freshman, sophomore year? What year were you?
Freshman.
That was when you first got there.
Hmm.
And so, what was it like for the rest of your time at Tuskegee? I mean, what else did you see while you were there and experience? Because this is in the 40s, the
I
late
got chance,
40s.
yeah, for six. I got a chance to see the great Tuskegee pilots
Mm.
flying, and what they could do with planes was just something else. They were
Yep, Tuskegee
superstars,
Airmen.
and Tuskegee Airmen, they were superstars.
Hmm.
They really was, and I was interested in that, and I could have I could have become a pilot, but when I first started out, when I graduated from high school, the first job I tried for was in the Air Force, and they said, "Oh," and they gave me a test, gave us a test, and they said, "Oh, you're colorblind." Well, I wasn't that colorblind, and
Wait a
but
minute. I'm colorblind. I got a little bit of color
but
blindness.
the per, the
I must have got
but
it from
what
you.
the purpose was, the purpose was to use it as some kind of an excuse
Excuse to keep you
to
out.
keep you out.
Hmm.
They weren't teaching blacks. I didn't realize it. We don't being right out of high school. A lot of things we were hidden from us. We
Hmm.
didn't realize how vicious the society was. We did
Right.
not really. Louisville was a kind of a complex place that they wasn't gonna come right out and tell you that you wasn't wanted and you were out of place.
Mm.
They just would exclude you, but they wouldn't come right out. So we didn't always know what was going on. You
Hmm.
could be naive enough to think that you was just like everybody else,
Mm.
which wasn't the
Which
case.
wasn't it?
Hmm.
And so when they denied you and said, "Oh, you're colorblind," which you weren't, uh, they said you were colorblind, didn't let you go join the Air Force. You go off to university.
Well, then I decided. I said, well, since I can't get in the Air Force and become a pilot, that's what I wanted to do
Hmm.
was fly. So since I can't do that, my cousin had just gone to the Navy, so I said I'll become a sailor, and I'll get a chance to see the world.
Mm.
And so I decided to join the Navy, and I talked to my classmates and took them with me. And
This was in high school.
yeah,
Wait, but if you joined the Navy in high school, how'd you go to college?
wait a minute, I had just graduated from high school.
Uh huh.
We went down to the recruiting office to join the Navy, and I think it was about might have been 12 of
Oh
us,
wow.
and I was the leader. And we got there and filled out the papers, and we got ready to take the exam and everything. And so it was something that I had to fill out. And they said, "How old are you?" And I said, "I'm 17." Said, "You're not old enough." Said, "But you could fill the paper out and then take it home, and your parents sign it."
Mm.
So when I took it home, they didn't sign it.
Whew.
They
I
said,
wouldn't have signed
no,
it
we are
either.
not in favor of that. And
He was upset,
so I said, everybody got in that was in the group
except for you,
but me. And I was the one that
whose
brought up
idea
the
it
idea.
was.
It was my idea. So there I was. They went off. They made it. They all one of them had a hard time because he was so little, but they all my group went off and they left me behind. And so
Oh,
then the only thing that was left was to do what they had in mind. Was you got to go to school. So I went to Tuskegee
So
and
let
all.
me ask you this. Why do you think it was then that they wouldn't let you be in the Air Force, but they would let you join the Navy?
Well, there were more uh, subservient type of
Positions?
occupations in the Navy. It was bigger, and they
Mm,
had a lot of things that you could do. And see, I wanted to be a pilot. Well, they did. That was not uh, going to happen
mm.
in their Air Force at that time.
So then how did the Tuskegee Airmen, because they were the first
Yeah, it was,
black pilots.
but that was on a black campus. Everything was black,
Mm,
and so that originated with black folks. So it
mm.
was not that the other folks didn't have anything to do with that.
And what was it like for you when you, because at the time that you were denied, you didn't realize it was just because you were black. Or did you, when did you realize that they had denied you for the Air Force because you were black and not because you were
So
colorblind?
I didn't realize it was because I was black. I didn't realize it then. But I was so disappointed that I couldn't do what I wanted to do that then we went to see about the Navy. Then I got locked out of that. So then I went on off to school, and there was some other my classmates that went with me to that went. We all went to
To Tuskegee.
Tuskegee together. It
Mm.
was a nice group of us that went down
And so once you get
from Louisville.
there, as you start going through school, and what were you studying? Were you studying um, to be a tailor still with the trades, or?
When I got to Tuskegee,
Mm-hmm.
I took tailoring, and one of the classes that I took was military science and tactics. And
Mm,
I could have become a pilot, but I had got an attitude, and some of the guys that I hung out with, they wasn't interested in military. Because you can imagine that most of them that wanted to go to college was not interested in military.
right.
So most of them said, no, we don't want to be in ROTC, which was which the reason I was in the ROTC was because it's mandatory. So all freshmen
Mm,
had to take it in whether they wanted to or not.
mm,
And so, but I didn't realize, I wasn't thinking, and I was listening to my peers, and I could have stayed in ROTC and gone over and took the classes uh, with the Tuskegee Airmen
right, and
and
become
become
a
a pilot.
pilot, right?
I could have done it, and it just
But you,
didn't occur to me.
because their mindset was changed.
Yeah,
Peer pressure. They were like, you don't want. I don't want to do that. I don't care about that. And all of a sudden, your original dream
what to
of
do there.
to do that, here now you've been presented with the opportunity
And right,
and
it was
didn't even
right in the
take it.
place where it would have been
Right,
easy.
right there.
And that shows you what peer pressure. You have to be so
What it'll
careful
do, it
about the
will.
people with whom
You,
you
yeah,
associate.
absolutely.
And so I was associating with the wrong crowd,
Mm,
and
mm.
they weren't talking about that. And what opportunities we had, they had turned their backs on that. That wasn't in their
Mm.
interest.
So what did you end up doing?
Well, the one thing that I liked that I did, uh, that I was involved in, was music. I liked music, and I thought I would be a professional musician, which wasn't paying at the time,
Hmm.
because at that time uh, you mainly played for black institutions and groups and stuff,
Hmm.
and it was just no money there. They didn't have the kind of money, as you can imagine
Right.
in the ghetto, you know. But most of the musicians played because they were dedicated to music and they loved it, and they didn't care about the money, you
Mm-hmm.
know. They just liked what they were doing, you know. But so after the first year, I spent a year, and after the first year, I went back home, and I went to work for my grandmother's brother, Uncle Jim. My Uncle
This
Jim
after your first year at Tuskegee?
at Tuskegee. I
Okay.
went back home.
For good.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was going to go back. I thought I might go back
Mm-hmm.
after I finished the first year, but I really hadn't prepared myself well for college. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
I know how that goes.
yeah, I hadn't prepared like properly, and so I did pretty good in everything but math. But and I hadn't studied the math, so I wasn't prepared for it. But at any rate, I went back home and I worked for my uncle, and he was a contractor. He built churches. He built that big Salem Baptist Church
Mm.
there on Chestnut Street. He built Spillman Memorial there on Muhammad Ali, and he built several churches. That's what he specialized in,
Mm-hmm.
and he built a lot of wealth that way.
Mm.
And all of his nephews, he taught us the carpentry truck. So I'm a carpenter by training. That's
Mm.
what I do. That's what I know carpentry. That's what I did. And so I went to work for him one summer. And when it was time to go back to school, my cousin decided he was going on back, but I decided that I was going to quit and just work. So they didn't say anything about it. I said, I'm quitting. So my uncle he let me quit. And one morning when I came to work to put my carpenter's apron on, he said, no, you go down to the other tool room. There's some tools out in another tool shed and get you some tools. And you'll work with that crew. Well, the crew down that got their tools from another shed was getting picks and shovels. That was the labor group. So I went from being a carpenter backwards and became a laborer.
You
And
said you wanted to quit.
uh,
He said, "You want to quit? I'll show you quitting."
and so they told me what happened when you quit. When you quit at what you're supposed to be doing, you get that pick and shovel,
I'm
and
telling
brother,
you.
those old men would say, "Get it, hack, brother." And you know they was old and hard, and they knew how to dig a ditch and dig foundations and all that kind of stuff.
Mm.
And they
Hard
would
labor.
swing those picks and say, "Hack, get it." And so I'm talking about old men, 70 years old, brother. They were strong, brother, and they could get it. You know, they came up on the hard side of the track.
Oof. And here you are, what, 18,
Yeah,
19?
yeah. And so, and the only thing that kept me from quitting was money. I like to
He
make
said, I need
money.
some money.
And so I said, I think I can make another week. And during the wintertime like this, when the tools would freeze in your hand
Oof.
and my tears would fall from my eyes and freeze. It was cold, brother. And
Whew.
I said, well, I can make it to payday. If I make it to payday, I'm quitting. But
If I can make it payday, I'm quitting.
and I put the money, I take that money home. And I've worked two jobs. I did busboy at the Brown Hotel at night, and
Mm-hmm.
I did the carpentry work. Well, not the carpentry, but the labor work in the daytime.
Mm.
And I bought me a motorbike, and so I had cheap transportation back and forth. And so I worked so much I didn't have time to do nothing but just work. I go to work at night and then come home and eat, change clothes, and go to the hotel and work and come back home and lay down for just an hour or two and then time to go back to work.
He was always working.
And all I did, my hobby was counting my money. I had cash in my drawer. Man, my
I know that
parents didn't
feeling. I did the
bother me
same
now.
thing when I came home from school after a year. My hobby was counting my
I
money.
would sit there and count that money. It piled up and piled up. And I'm sitting there looking at it piling up. And that kept me working. And I went out on the guys told me, say, you work all the time. Why don't you go with us on a date? I said, oh, well. So they took me on a date, some guys that I worked with.
Mm-hmm.
And they was all older than me.
Mm-hmm.
They took me out on a date I never will forget. Went to this club and they said, we got a date for you. She was older than my mother.
She was older than your mother. Not they got you an old cougar.
And I looked at and I said, I'm ashamed of my classmates to see me out on a date like it.
Wait, so these the 75-year-old men, or who is this
No,
taking you
not that.
out?
They were some little younger than that. They about, I guess they was in their 40s or
In
something.
their 40s, and you
30s or
what,
something.
19?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, oh, we got a date for you. And they got some 40-year-old woman.
I said, woo. And so,
And I'm guessing she wasn't an attractive 40 too. She looked.
no, they look what they just getting at. I said, I hope none of my class ain't see me out there.
Oh
So
God.
I decided, I said, I'm going back to school. And I didn't tell nobody. I said, I'm going back to school.
Yo, do
And
you remember her name?
one day I packed my motorbike. I packed my clothes. When it got close to time to get enrolled in a school, I packed my clothes and got on my motorbike and took off. And I got to Kentucky State was open, and I got a chance to get in there and paid my tuition and everything myself with cash.
Wow.
Yeah,
Just from that bad date,
I tell you,
you must have been like, this is what my life is gonna look like in
that's what
20
I said.
years.
I can't stand to take this.
You know what? I had a very similar experience
Yeah,
working. I
yeah.
was working and I was making good money. But at the same time, I looked around at all the people who I worked around and they were 40, 50, 60
Mm,
years old. And I was just like, I do not want to be working at a place like this
yeah,
at that age. I just
yeah,
couldn't do it. So I understand that.
yeah.
It got you in gear though. So now, why'd you end up going to Kentucky State instead of going back to Tuskegee?
I think had missed enrollment or something at
Mm,
Tuskegee. I think that's what it was. And Kentucky State was close
closer.
by. And see, it was only 50 some miles from here. I got on a motorbike and rode
Right, just row
there.
right there.
And so I got there and enrolled. And
And so, what did you enroll in at Kentucky State?
I took history, and history was always my thing. So I took history and music, and history and music, and what else? It was something else that I had that I took. But anyway, those were the major things. Major social science. I used to, I think of maybe psychology or something like that, because I was always into those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
And my life as the minister's son, I was always interested in how people thought and acted and whatnot.
Mm.
So I
And at the
noticed,
time, had you considered becoming a minister, or was
mm,
that not on your radar?
I said I was never going to be a minister.
Why was that? Because your dad was what?
Well, I said I wasn't going to even go to church, let alone be a minister. I said, if I could ever get a, have you ever gone to church 3 times a day, every day?
Woo! You
I
said,
said,
listen, I have gone to church
I
for
said,
enough for
I,
2 lifetimes.
I said, this church is wearing me out. And when because my grandmother and them, they were active in church. They belonged to the big Lambton Baptist Church, over 1,000 members there, and they was active in it. My father belonged to Quinn Chapel, over 1,000 members there,
Mm.
and he was active in his church. And so I was always in one of those churches, and it was something going on 3 times a day at one of them.
Oof.
And so I would have to be in one of them. And so I went to BYPU at the Baptist Church. I went to RAYC and the AME Church. And I went to Sunday school in one church or the other church. And I went to morning service and I went to night service. Man, I said, I
You
got
said,
enough of this. I said, if I can ever get out, I ain't never going back to no church. Well, and so,
and so here you are at Kentucky, and you're studying history and philosophy, and you are interested in the way people think
yeah,
and how people make decisions and what they believe in and makes them take the actions that they
yeah,
take. And so just talk to me about what it was like there.
yeah. Well, I did pretty good at Kentucky State. I liked it, and of course, and I excelled in the areas of my interest, and uh, but I got sick. I picked up what you call tubercular pneumonia,
Oh.
and I picked that up, and I had during the summer before I went, I had joined the U.S. Navy Reserve, and so I was doing basic training with the Navy during the summertime, and then I by me just being in the reserve, I was able to go back to school, and so then I went
Mm.
on to Kentucky State, and but somewhere I picked up that tubercular bacillus germ somewhere,
Mm.
and but by 1949 I got real sick, and I was working.
And what are the symptoms of this? Is this like tuberculosis or?
It is tuberculosis, but uh, 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 it was pneumonia that took me down,
Mm.
and so I had
And there was no
pneumonia.
cure back then.
Huh?
Was there a cure for tuberculosis then?
No, they didn't have no cure.
Mm.
That you had to go and rest it out in a sanitarium, and they tried air and different things. They tried different things. They was experimenting to. They came up with some things that were, and but it was more people dying, I think, than getting well. And
And so were you in a sanitarium with
hmm,
the tuberculosis?
hmm,
Were you in the sanitarium
yeah,
with it?
I was sick for I was sick for a period of 7 years. I was in
7
the hospital. I was
years.
in the hospital for 5 years.
You were in a hot. I've never known this, Grandpa.
Yeah, I said,
Wait, so you're in Kentucky, you're at Kentucky, and you're in the Navy Reserve.
yeah,
You pick up tuberculosis,
yeah.
and you end up in a hospital
In 1949,
in 1949. From 1949 to 1954.
and so I stayed in the hospital the first time. I went twice.
Hmm.
The first time I was in the hospital for 2 years.
2 years. You did not leave once.
No, I didn't leave. No, we stayed there because see, it was a contagious disease. So
Right.
they was wanted you isolated. So we stayed there. I stayed busy, and
Hmm.
I became chaplain, and
Oh wait, so you became chaplain while you were in the sanitarium?
hmm I
I
was
didn't know
kind of an
that.
assistant chaplain. I was an assistant to the
And
chaplain.
what
We had
made
a
you do
chaplain.
that after all that church that you had
Well,
been in?
that's what I knew. I knew
He
that.
probably was like, God, I take back everything I said about church. If you just get rid of this
I
tuberculosis.
taught Sunday school, and I taught guys how to read and taught them how to write, and
Hmm.
did a lot of that type of thing.
So 2 years you're stuck
And
in the
and
hospital, sanitarium.
and well, way I got into the thing, what got into the religious part was that we had a lady that came from Virginia Avenue to church, and she came there as a missionary to work with the patients, and she had a Sunday school class,
Mm.
and she would come by and say, "Why don't you come and visit our Sunday school?" I wasn't interested in Sunday school, and so then one day I got to thinking. I said, "Might be some nice looking girls at the Sunday school," and so I said,
Some nice little girls who also have tuberculosis.
"Yeah." But I mean, We all had tuberculosis, so it don't make no difference
Don't
out
make
there.
no difference.
Yeah, so I said I might go and look and see what's that. So anyway, she said what she said got me into involved. What she said you a college, you got college education, haven't you? I said I got some, and so she said I know you can read good. I said I can't read.
Mm.
So she said, would you come and read for our class? I said, well, yeah, I guess I can. And then I think said they probably got some nice looking girls coming down there for Sundays because they all go to church, you know.
And how many people? This is. I'm guessing this is still a time of segregation, right? So this is an all black sanitarium.
We had an all black hospital, and then up on the hill further up
Mm-hmm.
was this big sanitarium where the whites were.
Mm.
So we were divided, yeah.
And how about if you had to guess how many people were in the hospital, in the black hospital?
Mm, maybe maybe 600.
Wow.
It was
And
nice
this is in
size.
Louisville,
It was a nice size hospital out right outside Louisville.
right outside of Louisville, and it was
Well, it's inside of Louisville now, but
right.
it's out Dixie Highway.
And so
But
here you had about 600 patients, all tuberculosis, all quarantined,
mm,
and you say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to this. Be
and
with
the
the
girls,
chaplain.
all the women and girls stayed up on the second floor. All the men were on the first floor.
So you was like,
Hmm.
I need to see some of these women I've been keeping me away from. So let me
Yeah,
go get close to God.
yeah. So I started working in the Sunday school, and I got interested. You know, I got interested in the Word.
Mm.
I wasn't at first, but I got interested in the Word, and that got me involved in that. And so, uh, and of course, I got deeper and deeper, and then we had a man who was a friend of my mother's that grew up in her neighborhood, who was a patient there. He had been there for a long time, and he was the librarian of the hospital. And when he died, I think he died, and I took that spot. So I was assistant to the chaplain and the librarian. And so we
Mm.
would take reading material around for patients to read, and books and magazines and
And who
stuff.
was paying for all this hospital? Was the government paying for this, or?
It was there was a state hospital, and then there was a city hospital. I was in the city hospital.
Mm.
Waverly Hills was city, and then they had another one that was a state hospital. And so
And what are the symptoms when you're dealing with tuberculosis? I know you mentioned pneumonia.
they had loss of weight and all those kind of things, kind of symptoms, loss of weight and had coughing, and sometimes you're spitting up blood and
Mm.
things, you know.
And so, when the pandemic happened in 2020, did that kind of remind you of that time?
It kind of remind you of that time.
Mm.
Everybody had to wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And all the patients didn't wear a mask, but all the workers were supposed to wear a mask when they were around you.
Mm.
Hmm. Now,
Okay.
everybody wasn't positive all the time. Sometimes you're positive, sometimes you're negative. And so when you were positive, you didn't have to. They didn't have to take as much care. When you're positive, they had to take care, but when you wasn't, they could come around and talk
But you
with you.
still wouldn't let you leave.
No, you couldn't leave until you were uh, uh, released.
And
Yeah,
how long did you have to have
and
negative?
so, and I stayed longer than most. Well, another friend, he spent a lot of time in there too, but all of us was young, and the doctor's reason was he said I later heard him say, or I don't know what he said it to me. Somebody said that they knew we wouldn't follow the instructions when you got out. So we just keep you till we're sure that you're well enough to go back into society.
Mm.
And so that's why I stayed so long. And then by me being connected with the service, they was after me because I belonged to them. I was property of the United States government.
Mm.
I
So the Navy
was
said we need him to come and fight.
They came every month and checked,
To see if you were ready to go.
see if I was there, see if I was really sick. They come check
They
in.
said we ain't trying to make pay for you if you ain't in here
Yeah, so
sick.
they come every month and check. They had an officer that would be there every month and see, just look and see and check for himself. So, but the doctor and my father was good friends. So they belonged to the same church, and so,
You'd be
uh,
like, oh yeah, he's sick. He's sick sick.
so, so, so all those things you have to weigh that. But
So
anyway,
so you're there for 2 years. You become chaplain assistant. You're doing work in the library.
mhm.
So when it was finally time for you to leave,
I was interested in electronics, and I created a mic, and I could talk to you over
a
your touch.
mic, a
Yeah,
microphone.
yeah, and I could talk to you over your radio,
Oh
and so I
wow,
did a radio broadcast out of my room,
wow. You had your
out of
own
my
little
room,
radio. You was into podcasting before
and it
podcasting.
would
You
go
invented the
it
podcast.
go about a mile. That it would go a mile or 2 miles, so people out of the community could hear what I was doing. I would have do play records and things for the patients and things, and talk to them about current events, so what was going on, and just a regular radio broadcast.
Hmm.
Yeah, so got interested in broadcasting while I was there, just as an experiment, as a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I became a minister, all the time I was in Tennessee, I was always on the radio. I had a radio broadcast in every city, the, except Alcoa. You couldn't get on the
So
radio
you
in
found a real
Alcoa.
love for radio at the hospital of just being able to
That's where I
go and
got.
talk and.
That's where I got started. Yeah, and so I broadcast out of Knoxville when I got to Alcoa, out of Knoxville and out of Cleveland,
So now to
Tennessee.
back up real quick though, so you start broadcasting in the hospital, but when you leave, when it was time for you to leave, this is 2 years the first time you were there.
Yeah.
You leave. What did you do after you left? What was like the next
After I
thing you
left,
did?
I came home, and I came
And you had
home.
still not finished university, correct?
Yeah, I didn't get to finish,
Mm-hmm.
so I came home and finished recuperating, and I started doing some work at my home church. I started a little mission uh, uh, up in the East End. My cousin Jimmy's mother had a boarding house, and she let me have an apartment on the first floor. And I took that apartment and turned it into a little chapel. And I had Sunday school for the children that lived in the neighborhood.
Oh
And I started a
wow.
little chapel, a little church, and it was growing. And I did that, and then I got an opportunity to work in a mission out in Newburgh. And I went out there and did some work with a lady that had a mission. And I was dating your Aunt Lois at that time. And then later, it wasn't long after that I got a chance to pastor my first church in Lexington
And this is without ever going to
seminary. Yeah,
seminary.
I hadn't been in the seminary at
Mm.
that.
And you were dating grandma at the time.
Yeah, but when I finished the year at Lexington, I got a scholarship to Wilberforce
Mm.
and Payne Seminary, and so I went to Wilberforce and Payne. I went to both of the schools at the same time because they was right in the same neighborhood.
And this is what year is this?
That was in 46, 47.
Okay, so
No,
46.
no, that was in 50, 50, 53.
So, but you started pastoring before you went
In
to
52,
Wilberforce.
I started pastoring in 52. I
Okay,
went to Wilberforce in 53.
got you.
Yeah, and so
And how did you meet Grandma Lois?
we belong to the same church. We belong to Quinn Chapel Church.
Mm. Your
and
family
I was
church.
over the youth group in 1951. I was over the young people's department, and and she was one of the young people in the group. She was in the group,
Mm.
and uh, she was just one of the young people. I wasn't paying any particular attention to her, but she was in the group, and her brother was a member there. I don't ever remember seeing him at church, but he was a member there. Her mother and her grandmother and her uncle, they were all members there, and of Quinn Chapel.
Mm.
Hmm.
Wait, she was. You were over the young people's department. She was in the young people's department. How old was she, and how old were you?
It's about 5 years difference, I think.
Okay.
Hmm. 5 years
And
difference.
so y'all meet each other. Y'all eventually start dating, and then you also get this opportunity. What, like a year or two later, to be a pastor.
Hmm.
And where was that at? Your first place that you got a chance to be a pastor?
I started pastoring in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. And was
No,
that
Lexington.
in
Lexington.
Lexington? Was that
Hmm.
AME church or what kind of church was
It
that?
was an AME mission called Claiborne Chapel. I'll show you pictures of them. I
Mm.
have pictures of all the churches that I went
And
to.
so and so at this time you didn't already had the tuberculosis. You were in the Navy, but you never got deployed.
Mm-mm. Never got deployed.
Never got deployed. You were still in the reserves at this time.
Hmm.
So you're still in the reserves for the.
I was discharged the year that I went to Lexington in '52. That was I was in for 6 years, and that was the 6th year
Mm.
of the year I went to Lexington was '52, and that's when I discharged in '52.
Okay.
And and when I went to the Navy, I was interested in sailing, and I wanted to get a chance to see the world. And it was right after the Second World War. And after the Second World War, uh, they were trying to integrate.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they decided to integrate the services. And I was selected to be in the submarine corps.
Oh wow.
And that was a choice group in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody most of the guys that went in wanted to be in the submarine corps. That's where uh, President Jimmy Carter was an officer in the submarine corps.
Mm.
But I didn't want no submarines
You want to be underwater.
because I got that claustrophobia, and I couldn't stand
Uh-huh.
it being closed up and locked up
in
and
a
then
in a
locked
in
up
a underwater
underwater.
coffin.
Yes. And so, oh man, I didn't want that.
Mm.
And
What do you want to be like on an aircraft carrier?
anything but locked up under, anything with
A
that.
metal death tube.
Huh?
You don't want to be in the metal death tube. You don't want to chase down the U-boats.
Huh?
You don't want to chase down the U-boats.
I want to be in anything except under the water, locked up. so and so, but it was a select group. I understood why they picked me because I got along. There was no blacks in my group.
Mm.
I was the only black.
Mm.
I got along. I didn't. Nobody abused me. I didn't get harmed any kind of way. It's just
And
that.
were you the chaplain?
Mm-mm. It was just the idea of being locked up
Mm.
underwater, and so I never got on a boat.
And so, but you were also in and out the hospital with tuberculosis around that time.
That came after that. That came after the enlistment. That came in '49, and see, I went in '47.
Right.
So from '47 to '49, I was doing some basic training, but for most of the time I was in school.
Mm.
They wanted you to go to school. If you was college material, they wanted you to get an education. And
Oh.
so I did that. I spent my time going to school.
Mm.
And the only guys that went from school to the service were the guys who were failing. If your grades didn't stay up,
They said put them on the
Zoom.
front line.
You went right straight. You going out there. Yeah. They watching that. So if your grades wasn't up, you know where you going. Get your suit on, baby.
Said put him out there.
Yeah.
Said he ain't gonna learn
Yeah.
nothing here.
Yeah.
Put a gun in his hand,
That's
tell him
right.
which direction to
That's
head.
exact. And if you messed up, if you was married and you messed up at home, oh, oh.
Okay, so you end up,
So,
you discharged from the Navy. You're
I'm,
in work. You're now a pastor at the mission, and just at that time of your life, how did you feel about where you were in life? Because here was a boy who was saying he was never going to be in church.
mm,
You didn't go up. You didn't survive tuberculosis.
mm,
You've become a minister now. Just how
mm.
did you feel about the trajectory of your life and where you had ended up in that moment?
Well, I could see that I had potential. But the work I had was very hard.
Hmm.
But I had coming, going into the ministry at the point that I did, I was serious about it. And I said, well, if you're going to do it, you got to do it right. Do it the way you're supposed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most of the ministers that I knew, they 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 were just part time.
Mm.
You know, they you see them on Sunday, and then you don't see them no more until the next Sunday.
Right.
But that's not the biblical way.
Mm. So
The,
because now you see a lot of full time ministers, but back then people had a job, they worked, and then they came and taught on Sunday.
well, there ain't a lot now. Even with the money they make, it ain't a lot.
Mm.
That's why the churches are going down.
Mm.
They're not doing. When you read, you look at what I've written and see what I was doing,
Mm.
you'll see I'm doing a whole lot more than just preaching.
Mm.
There's a whole lot out there that you should do and can do and are needed to do that don't get done because you ain't there. You on some kind of job somewhere.
Right.
You got a job. If you're a minister, you got a full time job.
Right.
Now, and you can't do 40 hours of work in 2 hours.
Nope.
There's no way you can do it.
Right.
They just fooling themselves. They think they're doing it. They're not doing it.
Mm.
Not no 40 hours in 2 hours. You ain't doing nothing but fooling yourself.
Mm.
You might be fooling the people, but you ain't fooling nobody else but
Mm.
yourself.
And so you decided I'm gonna be a full time pastor.
And that's what I did.
Mm.
And it was tough because the people didn't know how to pay a full time pastor.
Right, because they're used to someone who just shows up on Sunday for a few
And
hours.
so that's how they paid you. I got as low, my first salary was $7 a week
$7 a week.
for full time. Yeah. That's
How
right.
did you survive?
It was tough. I tell you.
At $7 a week, and you with grandma at the time too?
I wasn't married. I wasn't
You were
married
just
when I
dating.
didn't. I didn't start out married.
You were
So
just dating.
yeah,
But you making $7 a week.
$7 a week.
So what else were you doing to make ends meet? Because I know that wasn't enough.
Nothing but just doing that. I mean, I worked at it. I mean, I worked hard at it.
And so
And
what
so,
made you, how did you go from $7 a week to be having enough money to be able to, eat?
well, the church, the second, that's the second church. The first church, I didn't make nothing. But
It was it was volunteer work.
it was
It
mostly
was a
like,
real mission. You
and
was a
I worked in
missionary.
there. I was working there more than 40 hours because I lived there.
Hmm.
But
So
and
you
then
were working for food and housing.
I didn't get there.
They,
I was just hustling.
well,
Sometimes I was homeless.
you were homeless and the pastor.
Yeah, sometimes I was homeless.
But how were you making any money? Did you have a side hustle, a job, anything? Are you just collect donations or what?
Didn't have none. Sometimes I get a donation or something, something in the mail or something. But like I'd eat 3 or 4 days a week.
So you
Other
weren't
weeks
even
I'd
eating every
fast.
day.
Wasn't eating every day. Wasn't eating regular. No, I wasn't eating regular. No.
And what about did the people in the church know this?
Well,
I'm guessing they didn't.
the first church didn't have no people. They sent me. There wasn't no people there waiting for me. I had to create a church, and it
So,
was good. See, that's why
was
I
there a
say
building?
building had the building.
Okay, so they said go to this building. There ain't no people coming there on Sunday.
Well, he had a fake roll, but it wasn't no. The guy had a fake roll because he wanted to make it look like he had something there, but it wasn't nothing there.
The
But
pastor.
an empty building, and so it was for me to put somebody in there. That's
And
the way
so
they used to do it anyway.
they would just build a
You
building
go in a
and
community and you get something started. Sometimes you didn't have a building. You just go in there and you go to work.
wow. So you show up at a building, no one's there, and you're not getting paid, and
That's,
they gave you no place to sleep,
that's right.
and then you built a church.
Well, yeah, I had to build a congregation. I started
You-
when I got there. I did what I know to do, and I became. I met some youngsters on the street. I started a Boy Scout troop. I
Mm.
started with one boy and a dog.
Not much of a
One,
troop,
one
but
boy and a dog. And he went back and got some more guys, and then we started the Boy Scout troop. I had the biggest scout troop in town.
so talk to me about you come here
This is in Lexington.
in Lexington. This is your
Hmm.
first church,
Yeah,
no seminary school, nothing, and you got no one there. You just got a building, and you're in order to build it. You're like, okay, I'm gonna get a Boy Scout troop. What made you? How did you know to even?
well, see, I had been a Boy Scout.
Mm,
My father was a Scout master. He created 13 Eagle Scouts
oh, wow.
at Quinn Chapel. So I grew up under a Scout master. He not only was a preacher, he was a
Were
Scout
you an Eagle
master.
Scout?
I was a Star Scout.
Star Scout. And so you
Mm.
say, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start my own troop here, and that's how you start getting the first people to
That's
come
how I
into the
started. I
church.
started with the children,
Mm.
and the Bible says the children are valuable. I forgot how that verse.
It's funny that you say this. So one of the things that I recently started doing, I'm showing you the content that I've been making
Hmm.
for social media, and I go around and speak and stuff. But I had this idea, and I had this idea since the beginning of the year, and I just hadn't taken the action. And my idea was, I was like, I should go to the college campuses, and I should just answer. I should take a big, huge, 6-foot version of my resume and say, "Hey, here's all the stuff I've done. I went from making $20,000 a year at your age. 10 years later, I was making $2 million a year, and here's how I did it. And here's my stuff. Ask me whatever question you want to ask me." I was like, "Oh, that'd be a great way to go and give these kids some knowledge, some stuff they're not learning while they're at school."
Mm.
And I had not been doing it. I don't know. I just had this anxiety and this fear to go. I don't know why. I guess I thought the kids wouldn't want to talk and ask me questions or whatever. And so then this past Wednesday, I finally did it for the first time. I went up to Harris Stowe, which is,
Mm.
a historically black university in
Mm.
St. Louis. Went up there and I started talking to the kids, and oh, they were loving it. They were like, "What?" I'm telling them all these stories, and they're asking about their careers and what they can do. And I would give them my business card at the end. And I got a text from one of the kids, a young girl, and she was a political science major.
Mm.
And she texted me and she was like, "I just wanted to let you know that you made my whole day. And I was just so excited to hear about your story. It made me excited about my future." She wants to be a district attorney in
Okay.
Chicago. That's what she wants to do, go into law and then go into politics.
Mm.
And, it was just very, like you said, something about when you work with young people, they have that twinkle. They haven't given up. They haven't
Mm.
accepted life as the status quo
Mm.
and just, what life has served me is all I can have. They still have that dreamer
Mm.
inside of them.
Mm.
And it's something about it, it just gives you energy
Mm.
to work with young people.
Well, that's what I did. I started work. One of those young men that was in the Boy Scout group said he said, "I'm going to be a minister." And I looked at him and I thought to myself, that's not likely. And you know what he ended up?
Why did you say that about him?
You know what he ended up?
What?
As president of Simmons University.
Whoa.
The Simmons University right here in Louisville.
Why did you think why did you say not
Well,
likely?
because they were all children. They was just playing. And he
Mm-hmm.
said, "I'm going to be a preacher just like you." You know, and I came clean. I looked like a minister. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
came in. I had my black suit on, my collar, and
But you just thought he was
everything. My
talking.
shoes shine, and no, not a coin in my pocket. You know,
But you
but
looked the part,
but I looked the part, and they thought I was. They thought I. They used to say, "Like it must be rich."
and you were homeless.
And sometimes the preachers would say, "He must be rich because he don't do like what we do."
Right, because you
You know.
working full time. They're like, he must not need no other money.
Yeah, that's what they thought. They thought that. They thought it for years and years. And they didn't mess with me neither. I was the one that they didn't mess with me. But at any rate, but that's why I'm writing this book because it tells what I was doing. What what I everybody that I met had some impact. People that were like the homeless man that I'm writing about.
Hmm.
He had an impact.
And did you meet him in Frankfurt?
I met him in Clarksville.
So
I
when
met
you, how
him in
long?
this man. I met him in this that I'm writing this book about.
Hmm.
I met him in Clarksville,
And
but
how much longer after that was Frankfurt? How long from
Frankfurt
when?
was the first place,
Hmm.
and Louisville was the second place, and
So
Clarksville was the
the third
third
place.
place. And so but I would meet people every place. Somebody would come into your life.
Mm.
Well, I had these children, but we had grown folk. There were some grown people. One man was a member of St. Paul Church. He was an officer at St. Paul, but he was retired and he lived right down the street from the mission. And so he said, "I'll be the janitor
In
and
Frankfurt,
in Lexington
in Lexington,
at the first church I
the
had."
first
And so
church.
he would come up there, and he was crippled. His
Mm.
name was Sam Barry, and Mr. Barry was crippled, and he would come and he'd clean up, and we'd talk. And
And this is because he's seeing you work with the Boy Scouts.
uh,
He's seeing you work with the Boy
yeah,
Scouts.
but the interesting thing was that Mr. Barry had a miraculous healing while I was there. See, and
What happened?
well, he was cured of his he became able to walk without his crutches and things. And
Tell me
so,
how this happened. So he says, "I'm gonna come." He's working as the janitor.
well, I preached the kind of sermons that I preached, which I preached the kind of sermons because I was a follower of I was a follower of uh, Oral Roberts,
Hmm.
and so during my period of in sickness, I read all his material and looked at his program, listened to his programs on television, radio, and he sent me his books. He sent me some of his books free,
Really?
and so I read those books, and I just all my
How did
sermons
you get Oral Roberts to send you his books?
I wrote to him. That's one thing I did. I did a lot of writing, and so I wrote to him, like people like to the preachers on the television, the radio.
Hmm.
I wrote, and he said, "Well, I'll send you some of my material," and he sent me the books free.
Wow.
That people pay for, and so he sent me some books, and I read them. And so most of my sermons was on faith, because that's what he preached, faith.
Hmm.
And so I preached these sermons on faith, and so I had this healing at the church, but I didn't know the man was healed and wasn't paying attention to that. And so one day we were walking down the street together, and he said, "Reverend, you notice anything different?" I said, "No." He said, you didn't notice anything?" And I said, I looked around. I said, "No." And he said, "Well," he said, "Don't you see I'm walking without my crutches?" And I was amazed,
You didn't even notice.
because I wasn't paying attention to that. I wasn't paying him that close attention. I was seeing, just like see you, but I ain't paying
Wow.
him that close attention.
And what did he attribute his recovery to?
I guess it's to miraculous healing.
Mm.
Yeah, but anyway, that was the first experience I had like that with somebody that testified to miraculously being healed was Sam Barry.
Sam Barry.
And so, but each place had its impact. And then I went to Wilberforce, and that was an interesting experience going to school and going to college and going to seminary and uh, getting in the fraternity and whatnot. I was the president of my class, and and I was on dean's list of both schools at the same time. And
Now,
I
real quick,
did
before you
well.
talk about Wilberforce, what from zero, what did that congregation grow to at your first church before you left, and how long were you there?
I was there almost a full year, and I took in 20 members.
Wow.
Hmm. I had 20
So you
converted.
were there for 1 year. So you weren't there long.
Less than a year,
Less than a
but
year.
almost a year. About
And you
10
took in
months.
20 members and
Hmm.
built a Boy Scout troop. And how many kids were
I
in
had a
the
big
troop?
Boy Scout troop. I had the biggest Boy Scout troop in town.
And so how many Boy Scouts did you
I don't
have?
remember, but it was big.
It's big, like 10, 20, 30.
But maybe like 30.
Wow. So you had 30 Boy Scout troops, 20 members at your church. And why did you end up leaving?
To go Wilberforce.
I got you. Okay. So
I
you,
had a man came there named Dr. Hill and G. Acton Hill, J. Acton Hill, and he was a graduate of Wilberforce, and he had been an officer in the First World War,
hmm,
and so he came. One of the people I got a job before I left Lexington working for an insurance company, and my manager knew this man as a great lecturer,
hmm,
and so he said, "Why don't you see if you can get Dr. Hill to come and preach for you?" And Dr. Hill was retired, and so I asked him if he would come, and he said yes. He's a real mean guy. But he was a good speaker, and so
hmm,
he came, and several people came out to hear him because he had a reputation.
hmm.
And so he came to preach. And before he left, he said, "I don't know why you're here." And he said, "You are not ready for the people, and the people are not ready for you." And I was so hurt when he said that to me. I said, to think that I invited him and he come telling me something like that. Well, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, but I thought I was.
Mm.
And I had pretty good potential. I was doing more than the other preachers was doing,
But you needed
but I
some.
still wasn't ready. I needed to be polished up.
Hmm.
And so my father was invited to Wilberforce at that time to to be given his doctorate of divinity. So he said, "Carl, you want to go with me?" And so I said, "Yeah." So I went with him. And another minister named Reverend Dentham, I think it was, had went, who was a graduate of Wilberforce. And on our way, he said, "You ever thought about going to Wilberforce?" Now, this Dr. Hill had already told me, said, "You need to be in school."
Right.
So I said, "I've thought about it." So he said, "Well, I'm alumni." He said, "I can give you a scholarship to the seminary." I said, "You can." So he said, "Yeah." So then when we got there, somebody else said, "Well, you can get a scholarship to the university." So, so I got two scholarships, one to the seminary and one to university.
Wow.
I got one state scholarship to the state, to the seminary, to the college, university from the state of Kentucky Department of Education, having been sick and in the hospital. They
Oh.
would give the students that wanted to go to school a scholarship. And I got a scholarship from the state.
So you had a whole bunch of money to go to
So I
school.
had money to go to school on. So I decided that was the next step. And
And at this time, how old are you at this point?
maybe 20. This was in 1952, 1953. 1953, you can figure that up. I was born in 1929. So anyway, so any
So you
rate,
were 24.
hmm so I enrolled at Wilberforce, and that was a great experience. That was a wonderful experience. I enjoyed that. That was a blessing.
Man, you went to a lot of powerhouse universities.
I did.
You went to Tuskegee,
Tuskegee
you went to
and Kentucky
Kentucky,
State,
and
then
then
Wilberforce
Wilberforce and
and Payne,
Payne.
and then I came out, and and when I went back to school the next time, I went to Knoxville College and the University of Tennessee, and then I went into a Bible college, and then I went to to your school, Howard, in
Oh,
'72.
oh, I didn't know that.
I went to Howard in '72, and they were doing a doctoral program. I was in that
Oh,
doctoral program,
a lifelong learner.
and I went to when I went with Howard to Africa in '72. I went to 6 universities in Africa.
So
Six
you done been,
universities.
you got what, a dozen universities under your belt.
Yeah, and so
Ooh,
yeah, so your mother will tell you about one of my classmates was a member of your church at
St. Paul.
St. Paul.
Mm.
He was one of the doctors over there. Was a member of that class
Oh wow. Okay, so you go to Wilberforce, and you went to Wilberforce and Payne at the same time,
at the same time.
right? And so one's university, traditional university, one's seminary.
Yes,
And so, what were you studying in university while you were in seminary?
I majored in history,
So you
and
picked history back up.
but my major was philosophy,
So okay, gotcha.
philosophy, and history.
And so when you were there, did you graduate from there?
No, because I dropped out to go back to the hospital. Okay,
Oh, so this is 53.
yeah,
So you're
I
in
there
school again.
53 and
You done
54.
got in a scholarship to go to
Yeah,
school, and then you get tuberculosis again.
yeah, and so then I go back to the
Oh,
hospital and do 3 years the next time.
and how long were you in school before you got tuberculosis? Was it a year? Was it a semester?
At Wilberforce,
Yeah.
out there, 54 and 53 and 54.
So you were there for a year and a half,
Yeah, year and a half, almost 2 years.
almost 2 years.
Hmm.
When you got tuberculosis for the second time, how did you feel? I know that just had to be like a blow.
Seemed like seemed like it was all over, but it wasn't. I was nowhere
I know
near it.
you felt like you were cursed.
I
Because you done
did.
got tuberculosis. You done already spent 2 years and got better. Now you done got the scholarship. Your
And
life's starting to get some momentum.
I was a straight A student. I made A in
Oh,
everything except one class where I was messing with the teacher. Uh,
messing with the teacher.
yeah,
What you mean?
me and another guy, we tried to show him up, show that he wasn't qualified to be in.
And he showed you. He
He showed
said,
us who was in charge.
D.
And, and so, and so I think I got C out of that class. But I was supposed to got an A, but I didn't do that no more.
So you
And
have
so, but at any rate,
nearly straight A's and you contract tuberculosis for the
yeah.
second time.
So that meant I had to go back
And did
and
you go back to the same hospital?
yeah, went back to the same hospital
Oh.
and to stay 3 years that time.
And what was it like the second time being there?
If, well, I stayed busy. I did the chaplain work, and I always had something to do. I stayed busy,
How did you keep your spirits
and
up?
I did a lot of reading, and I did lots of writing. That's when I learned to write. I wrote letters. That's and uh, I wasn't married at the time, so
And also, yeah, wait, because grandma, you were dating her through all of this?
I started dating around about the second time. I think I knew her before that, but I didn't start dating until after.
Okay.
And I would write to her, and she had a boyfriend.
While you was in the hospital.
Yeah, she had a boyfriend, but he couldn't equal me because I wrote letters
So you writing love letters to her while
every
she's in a
day.
relationship.
I wrote love letter every day. I wrote two a day. I wrote one in the morning and one in the
You
evening
were sending her 2 letters a day.
every day.
So she cheating on him with you with your letters.
Huh?
She reading your letters. They at the
That's
table
right.
and she's sitting with next to him
Yeah.
reading your letters.
Yeah. She got
Unbelievable.
two. She was the only girl in the college that got 2 letters a
A
day.
day.
They
Oh my
gonna know.
goodness.
And see, I had been to the school, so the people, when the letters would hit the campus, they knew who I was.
They said, "Oh, Lois got her letter." Did the boyfriend know she was getting all these letters?
I don't know what he done. No.
Maybe he couldn't
But
read.
I beat him altogether. He could
Oh my
he could
goodness.
cope with that. He could cope with me.
Oh my
At
goodness.
any rate,
And so how did you were writing her letters, you writing her love letters, you writing probably letters to pastors and all kinds of stuff. But I think for a lot of people, especially people who are sick, in the hospital, people who have had their dreams deferred, gotten kicked off their path in life, and then they're in a place where they feel stuck. A lot of people give up.
but see,
A lot of people can't, they get depressed, they just can't function.
see, when you keep your mind, when your mind is operating, that's why I put on here. Read that right there.
Which one?
That verse right there.
Be fruitful, multiply, replenish, subdue, and take domination.
I call that what I got up above that.
Instructions were given with every challenge, a formula for success.
That's the formula for success,
Mm.
right out of the Bible.
Fruitful, multiply, replenish, subdue, and take domination. And so when you're in the hospital dealing with, as this says, challenges.
Fruitful means to think.
Mm.
Fruitful, when you're fruitful, that's about thinking. That's
And
about thinking, and then multiplying. Sometimes you multiply sometimes by surrounding yourself with other thinkers. You multiplying.
so
That's what
fruitful means to
Jesus
think.
did. Hmm.
I thought fruitful meant to have babies.
Not only that, it means to create, produce.
So
So
you
you,
thought, you multiply, which is like a mastermind, being around people
that's
that
right.
will help multiply your thoughts,
You replenish. That means
replenish
to heal,
to
either
heal
yourself
yourself
or
or
others.
others,
Yeah.
subdue.
Subdue means to overcome, to win, to master. So
Mm,
you're gonna learn to master something,
and
overcome,
dominion.
and to have dominion means to manage. You
Mm,
start by managing yourself, and then you manage the things that's in your life.
manage your emotions
Yes,
and manage eventually others.
yes, and manage whatever's
Now
around.
let me ask you this though, because you're in this hospital, you're following the instructions, right? Genesis
Yeah.
1:28. But what? And you writing these love letters. But think I remember. Wasn't Grandma? Didn't she work at the hospital as a dancer or something?
Mm-mm.
She didn't.
Mm-mm.
So here you are in the hospital, and you following this very simple but powerful set of
Mm-mm.
guidance to keep your mind and your energy focused in the right direction. And you spent 3 years there.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what at any point did you feel like it was just too much where you wanted to stop, or did you always just know, like, I'm gonna get through this, I'm gonna be out of here, and I'm just doing what I need to do right in this time?
Well,
Like,
I
what
didn't
was
know.
your?
I couldn't say that. I didn't know what was going to happen because people dying around you all the time, so you
Yeah.
didn't know what was going to happen. But I had an interest. I always kept busy, and I always tried to find something to do that I would want to do
Mm,
and do it. Something that I wanted to do and do it. And so there wasn't whatever. There wasn't a lot of things that I could do, but I could do what I could do.
right.
So I could write letters. I wrote lots of people letters. I
Mm,
didn't write just stuff. I wrote to the bishop, and I wrote to my classmates. I wrote to the guys in the service,
mm,
and so I wrote a lot of people. I wrote to family members, and so
And that writing just keeps your mind sharp, keeps you focused.
yes, it's very good for you.
Mm.
Very good. Yeah, writing's good for you. And so that's why do you see me writing now? I'm
Today,
still
yep, you
writing,
still writing. You didn't put out 2 books in the last 2 years.
and I could put out four. And so this I'm working on now. This is going to be a different from the ones I've been, because this has got me in it. This is
Mm,
about me.
mm.
I'm building. It's about me, even though I'm talking about
Someone else. When you
somebody
talked
else.
about all these people, you
But I
mentioned so
can't talk about him
without
without
talking
talking
about you.
about me, because
Right.
it's what I did for him and what he did for me.
Mm.
And so,
And it just seems like that is a pattern for you of, you meet a lot of people and you talk about the impact that they had on your life,
mm,
but you were also having this huge impact on other people's lives. And I think that
absolutely,
anytime that we interact with other people, it's always a two-way street.
absolutely.
It's
And I
always
tell
they
them,
did something, I did something for them, but they did something for me.
yes,
Even when you're helping someone, they're giving you something in
even if
return.
it's a negative thing.
Right.
I just thought about that today when I was writing today, and I said, even the people that that uh, you don't think too well of, that are doing negative stuff, are helping you.
Right. They're
Now,
teaching you, you're learning.
by me being a Bible student, take Joseph for instance. Joseph is with his brothers. Uh, his brothers don't have too much of a liking for him because he's the favorite.
Right.
But because uh, of his brothers, he gets sold into slavery.
Right. And ends up in the
Ends up
palace.
in it ends up there in Egypt as a slave, and now as a slave, he's the slave of a very prominent person, and but this man notices that God is with him, and because God is with him, everything he touches succeeds.
Right.
And so,
Yeah.
not only is he blessed by God, his master is blessed because he works for the master. So
Right.
God blesses both of them.
Right. And it
It's,
is true that even when people harm you, and I always say this, I'm like, sometimes you got to be pushed where you need to be, and it's not always comfortable, but you always end up where you're supposed to
that's
be.
why you get there, because somebody forces you there
Forces you, right?
sometimes.
Because you wouldn't have gone on your own.
Yeah,
You wouldn't have chosen that
yeah.
path, but that's where you needed to be.
Just like Joseph went to prison,
And
and
so, is that kind of how you saw your tuberculosis? Was like
I don't know if I saw it
at the
like that,
time
or even noticed it.
mm,
I was just, I just made well out of where I was.
where you were at the time? I think
Just,
sometimes hindsight.
I just adjusted to my situation,
Mm,
because I don't think I've had that type of mentality where I could see the benefits. I just
it's hard to
adjusted
see it
to
in the moment.
it.
It's a lot
Just,
easier to see it looking back.
yeah, adjusted to the bad situation
Right.
and kept on. That's what the life, being black, that's what the life of a black person had been.
Mm,
We just adjusted to where we were. Sometimes in making the adjustment, we didn't realize we was poor. Didn't
right.
realize we was in a bad situation, because you just adjusted to where you were
Mm,
and just kept on living.
right.
So
So, as you finish your second stint with tuberculosis in the hospital, 3 years goes by. You're working as a chaplain, so you're learning, even though you weren't in seminary. I'm imagining you're honing your
oh
skills
yeah,
while you're in the hospital. So when you come out,
I got some skills. When I come out of the hospital, the first time I had some skills. I had
right?
enough skills to get started.
Yeah, and then the second time you got quite a few more. So what happens when you leave the hospital the second time? Where did you go?
When I came back the second time, I went out to Newburgh to work with a lady, help her with her work, and with her building this mission. And that was a good experience, that Newburgh mission, because two churches grew out of it. The one that we,
Wow.
the one that we, the one that I was working in died, but two came out of it, and they thrived. One of them is this church where the graves all belong to, that Newburgh Church of Christ. It came out of the work that No, not it. It didn't come out of it. I have to back up. But it
And
was a two church. There was a Methodist church and a Presbyterian
what was
church.
the work exactly that y'all were doing?
Huh?
What work were you guys doing?
Developing a mission. What I did, my contribution, I did a neighborhood survey, a
Oh.
religious survey, where I surveyed the whole community,
And you just knocking on their
knocking
door?
on doors, getting information, what kind of church you belong to, what kind of work do you do, how big is your family, who are they?
Mm. And why was she collecting this so that there could be a church established in the neighborhood, or what?
That's what a neighborhood survey is for,
Mm.
so you can have something to work from. You have a guideline.
Mm.
You know who's there, what you got to work with.
And this woman you were working with,
And I got some ladies
did
who
she
were
have a
in.
nonprofit, or what? How? What was making her do that type of work? The
We
survey
didn't
work.
have no finance, but I got a group of ushers from Quinn Chapel Church. I knew the lady because I was a member there,
Hmm.
and she her usher board to help me, and we went out to survey that community. Her
Mm.
usher board. That was a valuable document
Right.
because two churches got established out of it.
Mm.
And would have been three, but the bishop said, "Oh, it's nothing out there. Why would you take the time?" And so it was because he didn't have the vision. He didn't have the vision to see
Mm.
that
So
there was possibilities, and to show you how good the possibility. One of the biggest churches in the city is Joyce and them's church, the Church of Christ,
mm,
and it's right there in the same neighborhood where
you
I
did that
had
survey.
done the survey. So
Wow.
the potential was there.
Right.
I mean, I guess they got five. I'm sure they got close to 1,000 members out there.
Mm.
Aunt Karen belongs there,
Mm.
and so it's a big church.
And so when you do after you do the survey, how long did you work on that?
I did that survey the summer of '65, and then the next year when they had an annual conference,
And this is for the AME church.
yeah, the bishop said, "I'm going to send you to a church." Oh, I went to the annual conference, and at the annual
And you still
conference,
haven't completed seminary at this
no,
point.
I ain't completed seminary.
Okay.
I went to annual conference.
So you're just working at volunteering really at churches.
Yeah,
You get pulled in to do this survey. Then the annual conference comes around and the
and I
bishop
go to this
says,
conference. The bishop is going to send me to. The talk was, the gossip was that I was going to be sent to a little country church called Christiansburg. That was the talk.
mm-hmm,
And so I asked Lois. We weren't married. I said, "Well, if I get sent to this church, will you go with me to the country?" So she said, "Yeah, I'll go wherever you go."
oh.
So I said, "Now I'll have to learn how to farm because it's way out. It's in the country, so I didn't know nothing about farming." I said, "Well, I have to learn, and because I got to live, and it's not gonna pay no
It's
money."
way out in the country.
Yeah, it was way out. It's in the boondocks. So yeah, and so that's how the folks who was out there in Christiansburg lived off of
They
farm.
all just formed their own food. There was no
They had their own
stores, no
hogs and
general
stuff.
store, nothing.
The hogs and that's what you got. That's what you got.
They
Hogs
said we
and
got
chickens
chickens and
and
cows.
cows. So that's what I was gonna do.
Hmm.
So, but when I got to the conference, I had already been ordained. I got ordained in '55. So, so when the bishop was reading his appointments, and he said, "Is something wrong here?" And he shook his head and said, "I can't do this. I can't do this." And he said, "Y'all sing, choir." And he said, "There's something wrong here." He told his wife, "Come on, come back, go back in the office." And he tore up all his appointments and wrote them over. And then he came back and he said, "Here's the appointments." Said, "I had to fix something. There was something wrong." Said, "Well, I was an elder, and where he was going to send me the person that he was going to send to a church that I got sent to was not an elder. He was a deacon.
Mm.
And so
And what's the difference between a deacon and an elder?
deacon has 2 years of training, and an elder has 4.
Okay.
Okay. So I was ordained elder, and this minister who was a deacon was going to had they had made arrangements for him to go to this particular church. But when the bishop looked at and saw that there was a difference in the qualification, we're both young men,
Mm-hmm.
but the difference was one was a deacon and one was an elder. So the bishop said, I can't put a deacon before an elder.
Mm.
And he changed the whole appointments because of that one thing. And I
Wow.
was the one nigga in the woodpile. so, so, so I got to go to the church. When he was ready, I could hear people jumping, hit the floor and holler, I beat. People were just upset
Why?
because they thought they had it fixed.
So they were trying to fix it so this deacon could go ahead of you.
Yeah,
The politics of a church,
yeah,
boy. Mm.
but it didn't work.
And
And see,
so
and I never was, that's another part of the story that I haven't got into. I was never part of the politics of the
of the
church.
church, I know that
I was
about you.
always on the outside of the politics. And so that made my game a little harder because our church is a political church.
Mm-hmm.
So
All of them are.
so if you're not in the politics, then you have to take what you can get.
Right.
And so I had to take what was left over. That was a blessing. I didn't see it as a blessing, but because I had to take what was left over, I had to learn how to make what I want out of what I
Mm.
get.
Mm.
That was a blessing. Nobody would think it, but that's a blessing. But then you learn how it works, how you develop. That's why I was able to write that book, Build My Church, because I know how it works.
Mm.
I know how to do it. You
Right.
know,
Because every time you had to build it
I
yourself. Just
had to
like you
do it,
said, they sent you to an empty box and
and I
said,
had to
figure
do
it out.
I had to do it to eat. I wanted to eat.
Right.
I had to figure out how
Because
to
they
do
weren't
it.
paying. They didn't
That's
pay
right.
you nothing.
That's right.
Whew.
So that was a wonderful thing. I didn't see it as no wonderful thing. Looked like a curse. And, and I could have got out, but the Spirit never would let me get out.
Mm.
I had the opportunities to go where people would pay me what I was worth. But because I wasn't led that way, and the Spirit say, don't go.
Mm.
Don't go, so I didn't go. But I could have gone. I had 2 invitations to 2 different Baptist churches that life would have been a whole lot different.
Mm.
You know, I would have come up. Uh, I've had several opportunities in my life. At least I could put my hand on that maybe 4th time when I could have made a different kind of decision and life would have been different.
Mm.
Instead of me being a pastor, I would have been a bishop.
Mm.
But I didn't choose to go that way because I didn't think that that's what God wanted me to do. And see, whatever your choice is determines other things, that decisions you'll make.
Right.
And so you can start off with a good intention, but make the wrong decision, and you'll be going in another direction and continue
Mm-hmm.
that direction. But I made different kind of decisions.
Because you were never caught up in the politics of it, but not just the politics, but the glamorization of being the prestigiousness
Yeah.
that came with a bishop and pastor and archbishop, and
Mm-hmm.
because those people, like you said, it was really more about the politics and the
Yes.
status
And then it gets to be
symbol
about the money
and about the money, and it
and
was
so
never about the people.
not about the people.
Mm-mm.
So when you get caught up in that, that's altogether a different game, and you have to play it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by me not being in it, I could play it the way it appeared in the book.
Mm.
That's what I was interested in. That's what I
Right.
believed in.
And
And
so
so
when you got that first appointment, what church was that? Was that Clark's?
that was really the second appointment. And that was in Louisville
That
at
was in
St.
Louisville.
John.
At St.
I went to
John.
St. John. That's where I got the $7 a week, brother. And I never thought about it though, because I didn't care about the money. I wasn't in there for the money.
Right.
I was there to do the work. And I had an opportunity to make money because
And how much would you have made if you'd have gone to one of the Baptist churches and been a bishop?
I made what I asked for, I guess.
So more than $7 a week.
Oh, way more. Wasn't nothing. Uh, uh, the church that I had in Alcoa, I was invited to a Baptist church the very month I got there. And this Baptist church said, we'll pay you the salary you want, give you a vacation overseas, give you a radio broadcast, and you'll have your own home and car.
And you said no.
And I said, well, the Spirit is not leading me to do it.
Wow. What do you think would have happened if you had gone down that road? Do you think you would have gotten pushed further and further away from what you were truly meant to be doing, which was helping the people, and it would just become about you and growing your?
I don't have the slightest idea about I would have been different from I am now, and my experiences would have been different. You can't help but be different because you're traveling another road and all. And but I've had the opportunities to do another thing. I just didn't go that route. And the other thing the things that I have learned, I wouldn't have learned them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the insight that I have, I wouldn't have it. You can't have it. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Right.
So, but because I went the hard way, see, I can see things like I was telling you about that when I'm sitting here writing and I'm sitting back, went in the restroom and I sat down and the thought said, you haven't talked about how you see people.
Mm.
And I said, well, how do I see them? And the scripture says, men walking as trees. I had never thought about that. I've thought about it before, but not like I thought about it this week.
Mm-hmm.
I said, men walking as trees, yes.
And so, do you feel that?
And it said, every tree that I planted for you bears fruit for you. I said, what? That means that everybody that comes into your life has something to contribute.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that mean good, Genesis chapter 50, verse 20. And the ones that mean evil, they did it for evil, but God meant it for good.
Mm-hmm. So do you feel that because of the path you chose, you had the opportunity to plant more of those seeds and help grow some of those trees that otherwise you may have only been focused on your tree?
Now that's why I'm writing books now.
Mm.
because, because now I can put it in a book, and the book that 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 inscribes my 70 some years in the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
You can learn that in a few hours reading,
Right.
and it'll save you 70 years.
70 years. That's true. Okay, so I want to fast forward a little bit. So you end up with your first church. How did that go? What
It
did
went
you
well. It went well.
And so when you got there, how this time there was more than 0 people when you
And
got there, right?
the second church had people in it.
Okay.
We had 10 people, but it had some people on the road.
All right, so you had 10 people.
We had some more people,
which is more than 0.
but there was 10 that was that were in attendance.
And how long were you at this church?
5 years.
Oh wow! And when you left at 5 years, how many people were at the church?
About double.
So you had about
triple.
20, 30.
Well, if not more than that, yeah.
Okay.
But it had grown, yeah.
And so why did you end up leaving that church? 5 years is quite a bit of time.
I went to bigger church and a newer church. I went to brand new church in Clarksville, Tennessee.
And how did you end up getting that opportunity?
That's kind of cloudy.
Especially because you weren't in the politics,
Because I was told that I was sent there hoping that I would fail and the church would fail because the minister who built this brand new church, they didn't like him and they wanted to see it fail.
So they didn't took the church from the guy who built it, gave it to you thinking that
It would fail.
it would fail.
And they could embarrass him. These are Christians, so
Not these are Christians.
the president calls them little Christians.
Oh my goodness.
I guess that's a pretty good description, little Christians.
Oh, not the little Christians.
Little Christians.
Ooh, real small.
Yeah.
So you go to this brand new, nice church. How many people, how many members were there when you got there?
About 60, I guess. More than that.
Okay, so
It's a full church. It's a nice church.
Okay, so probably somewhere 100, maybe around there. And so then what happened? Because they thought you were going to fail. But what ends up happening? This in Clarksville.
They said I'd be there 6 months. That's what the prophet said. They prophets, he'll be here 6 months and then he'll be gone. He'll fail. I was there 6 years. 6 years. And it was a wonderful experience. But it was a hard experience. That was in 61. So
and by this time you're married?
I was married, had Karen, Katrina, and Lou Carl was born in 63, 62, I think it was. He was born right at the year or two after your mother.
And so when you're in Clarksville, things are going well, but you said it's very hard. Why was it so difficult?
Because I came there during the time that we were getting ready for the Civil Rights strike in 63. I led it. And what happened was that when I got in, after I was there a little while, and I joined the Ministers Alliance, and they had problems. And but the ministers always stayed away from the problems. They didn't believe in solving problems.
So they didn't want to have anything to do with the Civil Rights movement.
What they did was make me the president and let me see. They
want you to be the fall guy.
Me be the fall guy. I thought I was going in for the honor.
Little Christians.
I thought I was going in for honor.
They say, "Oh yeah, give him this role." When it all when Hoover and the FBI comes in.
I wasn't old enough to know what the score was, what they really was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Any older person would have told me. So they just setting you up. And so, but I wasn't old enough to know that.
Sometimes that ignorance though sets you up for exactly where you're supposed to be. Because you're too ignorant to know that it's gonna be hard and it's gonna be difficult and that no one else wants it.
And it was not only that; it was downright dangerous. But it turned out to be a blessing. All of them was blessings.
You were changing the world.
That's why when I started talking to you about this, I'm talking about him, but it ain't really about him. It's about me. Because it was dangerous. I go to help somebody else, but I'm really doing something that's going to help me.
And so what was the name of this you said they put you in charge of something?
Well, I was in the Ministers Alliance. We had a Ministers Alliance. I was made the president of the Ministers Alliance.
So you're in charge of the Ministers Alliance, and that's a group that's supposed to be leading these civil rights efforts in town?
Well, they wasn't into that yet.
Okay.
They wasn't thinking about getting into that. But as a matter of fact, the blacks didn't start it. The way
Jews.
It was started, I went to a bank to do business for the church. The president of the bank knew I was a new pastor. He says, would you come back to my office a minute? I go back there and we sit down and He said, I'm the president of the bank. And I said, I'm so and so. He said, yeah, well, you're a new client. We're glad to have you. Well, my church did business there all the time. So I go back. I'm just doing that banking and my banking. So I go in his office and he said, how do you feel about civil rights? I said, why would you ask me something like that? So I just wondered what you think about it.
And is this a white man, a black
He's
man?
a white man. He's the president of the bank.
Mm.
I said, why would you ask me something like that? And he said, I just would like to know how you feel about it. And I said, well, I'm just a visitor. I said, I don't have any business uh, dealing with that. I'm a pastor. I'm here to do church work. He said, I just want to know how you feel about it. I said, well, as you asked me, I said, I believe everybody ought to be treated fairly. You ought to treat one person like you want to be treated.
As it
And,
says in the Bible.
and so he said, my father built this bank, and my grandfather started this bank, and my father ran this bank. He said, it's not going to be no Negroes working in this bank. I said, I don't know why you would tell me that. I don't know why you would tell me something like that. And I said, and especially since I'm a customer.
Did you
And
say
he,
that to him?
yes, I said it to him, which they wasn't used to no black folks talking. That talk to them. I said, since you asked me, I said, you have brought it up. And so you're asking me a personal question that you shouldn't ask me. But since you asked me, I'm going to
I'm
tell
gonna
you.
answer. So
And
here
I
you
said, as
are.
you
Your
tell me,
church has been doing business with this bank.
doing business,
A black church. Here you are, a black pastor coming to do business with the bank person as well. He asks you about civil rights and then tells you, well, my daddy started this and there ain't gonna never be no, and
that's
I'm sure
exact
he said,
the N word.
niggers working in my bank.
That's exactly what he said. And so, and I said,
I hope
well,
you took the money of that church right out that bank.
no, I didn't do that.
You did
No,
it.
that's not the way you do it. So I said, well, we'll see. I said, this is a time of change. He said, well, we'll see. I said, we certainly will see. I went right out of there. And and now it says that be fruitful. That means think. I'm going out as I think. So why don't you go over to the sheriff's office and tell them that you're going to start marching? So I think I go to the chief of police office and I tell him, I said, well, I was over at the bank and we were having a talk and I've decided that I'm going to have to do something about this civil rights thing. I said, do you want me to do it or you want the communists to come in and do it?
You said it can be the Reds or it can be the Christians. Which one is it gonna
So
be?
he said, Reverend, I don't want you in my jail. That's what he said. I don't want you in my jail. I said, do what you have to do. I said, thank you. And I went out. That was the beginning
Mm.
of the civil rights movement in Montgomery County,
And what year is this? This is 63?
1963.
Mm.
I think Carl was born in 62. So in 63, I went right out. And so I got out. The first thing I decided was to go over to the Northern Bank where I banked. No, I didn't bank over there. Church bank. No, they didn't bank that, but I went over there to eat lunch. They had a counter, so I wanted to sit at the counter and eat. I called Reverend John Rouse and said, "Would you eat dinner with me?" He said, "Where?" Over the Northern Bank. I said, we don't eat over there. I said, "Meet me there." So we went to the Northern Bank to have lunch.
And this was a segregated place, I'm assuming.
All white,
Yep.
except us. Two buttermilk, two flies in the buttermilk. so, so,
Two flies in the buttermilk.
so we went there, and the waiters was just had the trays was shaking in the hand when they come around. And but in the meantime, but before I went, I called the chief of police and told him I was going. And when I got there, they knew I was coming. They waited on me. I got served. And Reverend Rouse, he was nervous. And when I came out, I learned something. When I came out, the former mayor was standing at the door. He said, "Hello, Reverend Ligon." I said, "Hello, Mayor Edmondson." He said, "How you doing?" I said, "Fine." He said, "You have good lunch?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Get good service?" "Yes, sir." I didn't know that he was the owner,
Mm.
the former mayor. And I had helped him with his campaign.
This is a white man.
Yeah, but I
Mm.
didn't know that he owned that place when I went in there to eat. I did have no idea. I didn't know who owned it. Didn't care. And I was just going in there to try it out. Then the next day, we decided to eat dinner over at the Royal York Hotel. And Dr. Coleman from Fredericks, who delivered Frederick, Dr. Coleman said, "Well, I'll go with you and I'll buy you dinner." And we went over there. But before I went, I made my telephone call.
To the sheriff.
Yeah, went right over and had a nice dinner. And in the meantime, the word was getting out. They're going to all these places that don't serve our folk.
And they going and eating.
And going, man, that thing hit the fan, brother. And so we had a big uh, rally at my church. Big rally where we discussed what was going on in the city
Mm.
and then where we were going next. And then we started assigning people to go to different places
Mm.
at all. But I break the ice before we go. I didn't tell them, but I make sure
The
that they,
sheriff knew where people were gonna
yeah,
be at, what was gonna happen.
yeah. And so, but so when after got really up there, got to really moving smooth, we decided to go to Shoney's, Shoney chain.
Which
And
is like Denny's.
all right, well, no Shoney's nowhere in the country serve black folks, nowhere.
Mm.
So we decided to go, but this time I decided not to go. Just go in,
And why did you decide this time not to call the sheriff?
just see what would happen.
You said, "Wait a minute, this has been too easy.
we
We had no issues."
got over there, and the man locked the door.
They locked the door
Yeah,
when y'all tried to come in.
yeah, and the fire was the fat was in the fire, his brother, and then we closed that thing down,
How did you
and
do that?
we start telling people meet us at Shoney's, and there was a long line of cars. It was so many cars that they couldn't get in the parking lot,
Wow.
and so that meant
And how long was this at Shoney's? How long had it been since you were at the bank? Since you went to the bank, he said that to you. Was this like a month later, 6 months later, a year later?
about 2 weeks or 3 weeks
Oh,
later.
you was moving.
I was moving.
You said, "Oh,
I was
he
moving,
got
brother.
me messed up.
I was,
I'm about to integrate this city right here, right now. You
I
gonna have
was
black people
moving.
work hell. This gonna be a black bank."
I was moving. I was moving.
2 weeks.
And man, we blocked that man's business, and we were cutting in thousands of dollars a day. He was losing money, man. And it got so hot, the Klan would be surrounding us. The Klan would be surrounding. We'd be in the middle, and they'd be all around. And but what they didn't know was the black veterans was was on the other side of a railroad track. The Klan was up on the railroad track, up
Mm.
over looking down on the restaurant, and over on the other side was the black veterans with that stuff.
Mm.
And they was ready.
They said, y'all start fighting, we gonna start fighting too.
These are Korean veterans, and so they ready. They ready. And so I had already made friends with them. See, I made friends with them. And so they said we would Reverend Ligon whatever he need. Because we were nonviolent. But the boys down on the block wasn't nonviolent. And they said we got what it takes. And so they was just like the Black Panthers. Only they didn't wear no uniform. But they carried the stuff with them. At any rate, when it got real hot, I told I said, we need a celebrity to be with us. I called Wilma Rudolph. And so
What?
she had her children was in our daycare. Lois took care of her children. Y'all,
Wilma
yeah,
Rudolph's children?
yeah. Uh, uh, Lois took care. She was took care of the children in her daycare,
Wow.
and so Wilma came to help me, and so man locked the door. So that really attracted attention. Now the newspapers in Clarksville didn't care. They agreed not to put nothing that would help me in the newspaper.
Mm.
Nothing. But the Associated Press out of Nashville carried it,
Mm.
and they put it on the wire. And I got letters from people in Paris, France,
Wow.
telling me to keep up the good work.
Wow.
Yeah, and so and then by me having the kind of ministry I had, I've reached families of soldiers at Fort Campbell. And in Fort Campbell, people said, we ain't gonna let nothing happen to that preacher. Man, the black soldiers got together and they started to come. And when they heard on the base that those black paratroopers was getting their stuff together to leave, they barred the trucks from leaving the base. Said, you can't leave. And them say you ain't letting it off the base. In the
Wow.
meantime, I told the governor called
The governor
Tennessee.
of Tennessee,
He called.
he calls you.
He called the mayor and said, "What's going on?" And so, as we talked between us, the governor, the mayor, and the
Sheriff?
the county judge,
Mm.
all of us were together. And so, as we talked, the the, the the governor said, "Well, we can't let this go on. We got to stop this." He calls the owner
Of
of
Shoney's.
of Shoney's and said, "You're gonna have to you're gonna have to drop this in the whole chain." Said, "Y'all gonna have to change the whole thing." And so
Wow.
so when he opened them doors, when he finally opened those doors, the whole chain opened from Clarksville, Tennessee. I was the one that opened that chain.
Wow. So
Yeah,
then so single handedly, and how long from when you first went to the Shoney's to when the governor says,
maybe like a month.
wow. So no, y'all were coming and y'all were in front of that Shoney's every day.
Every day that it took, every
Mm.
day after for about a week, I guess. We was there long enough to hurt his business, make his business.
Mm. And then the newspapers are picking up. The governor hears about it. You got Wilma Rudolph out there with you. And people are writing in from all across the world. You got the soldiers ready to leave the base to come with their
It
weapons.
was tough.
And they're like, hold on.
And so look, when I'm talking with the governor, I tell him I think the military coming to help me. Yeah, but I didn't know that they was coming, but I
Wow.
didn't know it, and I made that up. But it was true. They was getting ready,
Mm.
and they locked them from coming off the base and all. And so
Wow.
we had no arrests. We didn't have any arrests because we didn't have any young people out there uh, marching or crusading. No young people. All of them was adults.
Mm.
All of them was adults. And we had maybe,
And do you think that matters because young people start getting angry and upset? Or what do you think?
well, we had young people in the group, but they wasn't out front.
Mm.
The people out front, we had like 2/3 of the black adult population.
Of the city.
Yes. Now
Wow.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And they was out there. The other third was staying back where they was safe.
Mm. But how could you get all these people to come? Didn't they have jobs and work
We
and
had mass meetings. At mass meetings, that's where we got them out and got them stimulated. And then I put a bulletin out. You know,
mm,
I'm in that writing thing, so I put a bulletin out, and I kept my kept everything, all the messages short, no long essays.
Hmm.
That's something you can read in 5 minutes.
And what did the other pastors think of all this? Were they against you doing all this, making all this noise?
They wasn't in favor of it. They wasn't out there.
They didn't come out and protest,
One or two was in the group, but most of them wasn't.
but they didn't discourage their members from not showing up.
It was too big a thing then. To see, by the time we got in it, they was hearing about them in Nashville and hearing about them in North Carolina and
Mm.
Charlotte and different places. So, and Martin Luther was doing his stuff,
Mm.
and so they was hearing it, and they didn't want to be thought of
Involved.
as uncles.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though they were.
Although they were.
And so when you get the Shoney's integrated, the whole chain ends up integrated.
That was our last big project.
Mm.
We had some other things that we worked on, but that was the last big one.
Well, what happened when you get back to the bank?
Well,
they got the bank
what
site.
happens? Oh, well, I did have to meet with him again. And when I met with him, he said to me, said, Reverend Ligon, said, I told you that I wasn't in favor of this. And he said, but this is not Mississippi. Said, we do what we have to do. And he said, that's what we're going to do. Said, we're going to do what we have to do. And they had the newspaper. And one thing I learned, how they control things. That other society, their fingers was on everything. A rich man who was financing them, he what they did was he told them, said, now organize it, control everything, don't let nothing be out of your control. And we had a meeting, and in this meeting said, now you control the newspaper, you control the radio, you control this. Reverend you control the black community. So and so, you control. Everybody was told what to do. And it went down just like they planned it.
Mm.
I said, this is not a democracy. This is everything but a democracy. And it was controlled by a few.
Mm.
Everything they told the newspaper what they wanted published and printed. And nothing came on radio or anything without being approved.
Mm. And that's exactly how they want it today. That's what they mean when they say take our country back. They want to put it exactly how it was back then.
Absolutely.
That's what they mean
Under
by
that,
make America great again.
yeah.
That's how they want it. Where they had absolute power and control over everything.
And that's how they ran it. And and that was the first time I knew that this wasn't a democratic country. That the people with the money ran
control everything.
The guy that was really pushing the buttons, I never seen him. I never met him.
Mm.
He called me by the N word. That was his for me. Who is that N? That's what he would tell him. Who is that N? But he couldn't stop me. But he's the one that put the money up to see that I was taken out. If I didn't leave, that I was supposed to be taken out.
What you mean? Taken out?
That means assassinated.
He paid for you to be assassinated?
Yes.
Wait, back up. When did this happen?
Same time, during that period.
So while you were trying to get the Shoney's integrated, this wealthy man who was financing the bank,
financing the assassination and all, and whatever they did, financing all the.
And what did he do? What was his business? What did he own? Do you know his name? Do you know anything about this guy?
I know he ran the International Harvester. He had the International Harvester franchise.
Okay, and is that a tractor company?
Tractor company, yeah.
So he ran the International Harvester Company, and he pays for you to be assassinated.
Right.
How did you find that out?
Guy, the underworld knew. He had to do it through the underworld. And the guy that was working was assistant to an undertaker, black undertaker's assistant. Not only was he the assistant to the undertaker, but he was also a kingpin in the underworld.
And so he was a gangster.
He was a gangster.
Mm.
He told me. I was at a dinner party, and He said, I'm gonna tell you, Reverend Liggins, that they was planning to get you. So they had it, said it's all set up. And I knew the name of the guy that had was gonna do it.
You did?
Yeah.
What was his name?
His name was Cave Johnson.
Cave. It can't get you now, Grandpa.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Cave Johnson.
yeah.
This is a white man or a black man?
Black guy.
They were gonna pay, and a black man was gonna assassinate
A
you
neighbor
for
man. And
a neighbor of
yeah.
yours.
That I talked to.
How much money were they gonna get this man?
I don't know. But
And what happened that he didn't go through with it?
he didn't get the gold signal to do it. But he could do it because he lived in the next block, and all he had to do is step out in his yard and watch me when I was in my yard and hit a straight shot. But he didn't do it.
And why do you know why they didn't give him the go ahead to go through with it?
Well, when my presiding elder died, he died the next year after Frederick was born. To show you how everything fits like a glove. The next year after he delivered Frederick,
This is the doctor.
yeah, his name was Frederick.
Oh,
Frederick
wow.
is named after him. But the next year he died with lung cancer.
Hold on 1 second, Grandpa. Let me try to. Okay, so they take the hits out on you for what was his name? Cage.
Well, the guy that had the contract was named Cave Johnson.
Yeah, Cave Johnson. And the guy from the CEO of the Harvester Company, he took the hood out, but didn't go through with it. But at that time, you hearing about all this, you taking these risks, but you got 4 young kids at home. I can't imagine grandma. She's probably scared. They burning crosses in your yard, like what?
It didn't go that far, but you'll see in some of my writings, I tell the story about sometimes they would be waiting. I've had them to be hiding in the basement of the church. And I had a way of at night when I go home, church was right next door to my house. And so I would go in the basement. My office was upstairs, but I had an office in downstairs too. And so I'd go in the basement, and I wouldn't turn the lights on. I just go in the basement door and go in. And but one night I went in after one of the rally meetings, and I went in and walked down the hall. But as I got to the end of the hall, I heard a door open, and that meant somebody else was in there. I heard a door open and close, and so I rushed down and got to the basement office I had, and then I turned a light switch on, and then I could hear feet steps rushing to get out. So that I wouldn't have turned the light on. And then one night we was having a rally at another church, the CME church, and they drove up in a car, and we were coming out. The service was over. The people had gone. Your aunt and them was in the car with the other minister's wife. They was in the car. The minister and I coming out. He's locking up the door. I'm heading down the step. And just as I get down midway these stairs, these white guys jump out of this car and come after me.
With weapons or?
They come after me. And as they come after me, black guys come out of the darkness from every direction. I don't know. They watch me all the time. And these guys come out of.
Were these white guys wearing like hoods, like Klansmen, or?
Most of the guys were Klansmen, but they didn't have no hoods on. But they come after me. And so.
And then these black guys come out of nowhere.
They come out of nowhere.
And were you running down the street? Like, where were you?
I'm just coming down some steps. And as I got midway these stairs,
and
these
this is at the
guys
church?
coming up, approaching me. And as they come out, the closer they got, in a few minutes, these blacks came from.
Was this at your house, or where were you?
Coming out of a church.
This was coming out of your church?
CME church.
Out of the CME church, you leaving a meeting.
Yeah.
And these white guys pull up. Come up, they running up to you.
Yeah. And then these black guys come from every direction. I said, what you want us to do to them, Reverend? I said, let them go. let them go. And man, them guys, when these black guys come out, these guys run back to the car, and they let them go. But they were, I didn't know they was watching me that close. These are the guys that didn't go to church. These not the church going
Right.
guys.
This the people in the hood.
Yeah,
They said, "Oh,
the
we
boys
know."
from the hood. Yeah,
Wow.
they watched me like a hawk. Man. They was my protection. That shows you. So I said that's a part of this story that people, everybody that God planted, they have a contribution. They are making a contribution to you, and you are making a contribution to
To
them of
them.
some kind, because it's an interchange. And it's up to you what the contribution is going to be and how helpful and how valuable it is.
And even though they weren't in the church, and they weren't at the marches, they understood the
They never,
value that you meant to the community and to the advancement of opportunities for all of us in that count in Montgomery County. And they're like, you're not about to do nothing while we stand here. We're not just gonna stand back and stand by. We're active.
yeah, yeah. See, that crowd existed, and it still exists.
Oh, they already know they
It
do.
still exists,
Absolutely.
and so that was a blessing. That was a blessing of which I shall ever be thankful. And I'm writing about it. That's why I'm. This was a project that I hadn't thought about undertaking. And the other day, I said, "Well, this is really my story." When you go look at it,
And it's funny you say this because here it says Booker T. Stewart, Navy veteran, honorably discharged, homeless, African American. But
hmm
all those things apply to you.
yeah, it applies to me. All of it. Yeah, hmm
All those things apply to you too.
yeah, because I've been there.
You've been all of those
Yeah,
things. Mm.
but
So,
but this shows the impact that this man and his family had on me, and the impact I had on him and the community. Because I'm telling about the community too,
right.
how they how they how they fitted into the picture.
Yeah.
It's a big. It's so big. It's as I was writing, I said I thought after I got 2 pages written, I said that's all I can write about him. But I'm heading into the fourth pages now,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to get at least 10 pages before before I stop.
And I just think about all the people whose lives that you've affected, in the path that you've taken through life. And I mean, there's countless people, and that you had a real deep, meaningful impact on. And I think today we have there's this kind of false notion out there that, like, oh, millions of people need to know who you are. You have to be famous in order to have a real impact on people's lives. And, I think it's much more likely that when you have a smaller impact, a few hundred, a few thousand people, you actually make a difference because the trajectory of their life changes because you came into it, and the trajectory of your life changes because you
Yes.
met them. And I think, whether it was Booker T. Stewart, or even Mr. Assassin, potential assassin out there,
hmm
the fact that he didn't go through with that, who knows what path his life took, having had that on his plate. But I just think that's just very powerful.
Now, when I left there, I went to Alcoa,
So yeah, so how long were you? You were there 6 years.
and I'm gonna show you how things overlap. I leave there in '67.
And at this time, when you left in '67, you've integrated the Shoney's. It's the civil rights is in full swing at this point. When you leave there, why did you leave? Why did you end up leaving? Because you were kind of a celebrity in town by that point. The mayor knows you. The governor didn't call about you.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't really made a impact on this.
Because one of the governors makes me, I'm a Tennessee colonel.
Oh wow.
I'm a Tennessee colonel, and one of the governors uh, uh, made me a Tennessee colonel. And but the interesting thing was that I didn't leave because I wanted to leave. I planned to leave, but when Dr. Coleman died, There was another presiding elder that was his enemy, got his place. And so the
Why
first
he
thing that
got
he
enemies within the
said
church?
to me was, well, Reverend Ligon, we was in a meeting. We were getting ready for a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And we just the two of us sitting there talking. I said, well, Reverend Ligon, and he looked at me and he said, all the Uncle Toms are not dead yet. And he was the biggest one in town. And that's what he said to me. All the Uncle Toms are not dead yet. And so he started
Had
praying.
you called him an Uncle Tom? Why was he
I think
taking this so personally?
I'm sure that we had. He was on the list. He was high on the list. So
One time you must have said,
well,
eventually all the Uncle Toms will be dead.
I was pretty careful about what I said,
Mm-hmm.
but apparently it did come up somewhere because that was the language that he used. He
Mm-hmm.
used it. I don't think that's not my nature to call you though. Even if I'm thinking it, probably wouldn't call you that.
Mm.
But it didn't mean that somebody in the group didn't think it and call him that.
Mm.
But at any rate, uh, he was now my presiding elder, and he was in a position to recommend me being moved, which he did.
That's just.
And in the meantime, see, all this stuff is churning,
Mm-hmm.
and when all this is going on, the president of one of the banks said, Reverend Lincoln, you can stay as long as you want. And he said, on your property, I had 4 acres up on a hilltop. Said, if you want me to, said, we'll see that you have the money to build a new church. You can build your own church up there on your property.
Mm.
That was tempting, you know.
Why did you do that?
Huh?
Why did you want to do that?
Well, at the same time, this other group want me dead.
In town, right? You said, let me get out of town while I
They
can.
want me out of there. And so I go from my nice church, because it's doing well now. It's doing well. And
It was growing.
and Lois is very popular. She's one of the best child care givers in the town.
Mm.
She was popular and she's good. She knew how to work a child care center.
Mm.
She was good. Our child care grew from 2 or 3 children to 100.
Wow.
It,
So you had more kids than members when you first started there.
I had more kids than had members out at the yeah.
Wow.
It was something. It did really was, and then that drew the parents. See,
Yep. Mm.
so uh,
Interesting how
we
you
had
did the
stuff.
Boy Scouts, and the Boy Scouts helped grow the church. And then here, once again, you have the Child Care Center. The Child Care Center
Absolutely.
helped grow the church.
And Dr. Coleman suggested the child care. He said, "Why don't you do that?" Well, Lois had her degree, her bachelor's was in elementary education,
Mm-hmm.
so she was trained to work with children. And of course, we picked up the others having children. So all of that worked together, and our child care center was something. It was just something. It was a knockout. And then see, I had the experience of growing up in the principal's house.
Yep.
I remember the stuff that he would do, and I would do some of the things that my daddy would do because he had that kind of a background.
Mm.
All
But
that
a
now.
new bishop came in. He said all the Uncle Toms ain't dead yet, and he
That was
kicks
the
you out of
presiding
town.
elder that said
That was
that.
presiding elder. He
Yeah,
says it's time for you to go. Even
yeah,
though you had opportunity, you could have built a church on the hill. Banks loved you. Everyone in town was behind you. But you said also
yeah.
there's a hit
That's
out on me to kill me, so maybe I need to go ahead and get
yeah.
out of town. And so that's when. And when you left Clarksville, where did you go next?
I went to a little country town for a while, and then I went to
To
Alcoa.
Alcoa.
I
So
went,
next time we'll start in Alcoa.
yeah. So
Well,
yeah,
thank you, Grandpa. This was very insightful. I learned a
yeah.
lot of stuff that I did not know.
And you have to. I'm gonna let you look at this because this tells you. This will give you an insight on some of the same thing. This is
Mm-hmm.
during that period. You
Mm-hmm.
have to look at that.
Oh, I'm gonna look at this for sure.
You have to look
And
at.
this is when you were in. Oh, this is when you were in Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Okay, well,
And
I'm gonna
that
let you
just
get to your
and
class.
that's just that's the tip of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't all of it. That's just a tip
This is
of it.
just one person's
That's,
story of many that you helped while you're
and
there.
that just tells you how I tried to blend three things. I blend this experience I had with Stewart and his family and Ebenezer, and then the Ku Klux Klan. I tried to pull all that in to this story
Mm.
and the employment security uh, office.
Mm. Do you feel like some of the most impactful work that you did was in Clarksville? Because this story is from Clarksville. The story you just told was in
Yeah,
Clarksville.
yeah. See, Clarksville was it was a it was really a training ground. A lot of things happened in Clarksville. Not that it didn't happen in Louisville, uh, but yeah, that was a section of history that will probably get the most attention.
Mm.
Although Alcoa was interesting because I went to Africa from Alcoa,
After Alcoa, you went to Africa or
from
before?
Alcoa. I went while I
Mm.
was in Alcoa. I went to
Mm.
Africa in '72. See, so that's another story which is interesting, and what happened in Africa. And see, I haven't written that. That's got to be written
Mm.
and
Well, next time we do next in our next
put under cover.
conversation, we're gonna pick up in Alcoa, and then you can tell the
Right,
story of when you was in Africa and all the stuff that happened then. How about
right.
that?
It's just so much, and so I want you to go through that because you see how my mind runs, and
Mm-hmm.
you see some of the stuff that happens, and course I keep changing because I'm not through yet. See, I got down here to page 3, and I was doing the back of page 3,
Mm-hmm.
but it may change because I've got to put stuff in there
Mm-hmm.
as I
And so
see
for
as I write.
for
Things come
Booker
up.
T. Stewart, you met him in Clarksville. Was this before or after the Shoney's integration?
I met him, I think, as I got there.
Mm-hmm. Right, shortly after you
See,
got there.
shortly after I got there,
And
I couldn't remember exactly when I met him because he never did come just join the church. He joined a class in the church.
mm,
So, but I met him, and the way I remembered was but things that happened in my life as I tell the story. Different things was happening.
and so what was happening when you met him?
Like we were in the campaign because his wife sent me. I was selling first mortgage bonds. See, I was selling first mortgage bonds. That's what I was doing,
Uh-huh.
and I was got good at it. And I was at this doctor's office to try to get some money for the church to pay on the indebtedness of this new church.
Mm-hmm.
None of the bills had been paid. So as went to
So
talk
you
to
were
him,
working a job to pay the bills for the church.
no, I wasn't working on that. I'm selling. These are first mortgage bonds.
Oh, you selling the church's bonds.
Yeah, with our bonds. Yeah,
Oh.
and so uh, this man that I go to see is a doctor, and a steward's wife works for him.
Mm.
And so I put in there because I was
Well, just tell me. You know what it says. Just tell me what it says.
the writing is much smoother.
No, I like the way you
But
tell it.
the reason I wanted to look at it because Mrs. They live in a house that belongs to somebody else
Mm-hmm.
because it's empty
Mm.
and they don't have no water and no lights.
Mm.
And this doctor hires Stewart's wife to be his cook, and she can't even take a bath because she ain't got no water.
Wow.
She goes in his kitchen, ain't had no bath. She ain't had no bath because she ain't got no water. She can't wash her up. Just put a white dress on and go in there.
Oof.
And I asked him, I said, you're a doctor, and you don't want to sit here and talk to me, and you got a cook in your house that I know personally don't have no water. You know she ain't got no water because you don't pay her. And so she's cooking for your family, and she ain't clean. And and here you sitting up here talking to me and all upset. I said, how do you think that looks? I said, what could you be thinking about?
It's a white doctor.
He's white. White as they come.
Mm.
And so
And what he say to that?
he couldn't say nothing. I said, I wouldn't do my family like that. Have somebody that I know come there and don't have no water.
Filthy,
Yeah,
clean,
yeah.
coming in dirty and cooking your food.
Ain't cooking your food. I said, now how does that sound? And you're a doctor. I said, just think about it now.
And you wanted this man to buy some of the church's bonds.
Well, that's what I see. I didn't go in there to bring the subject up. He brought it up about the integration. He brought it up. If he hadn't brought it up, I would have just gone in there and talked to him about buying church bonds.
But then, so this is another white man who you go in there and he starts talking. What do you think about civil rights?
That's the banker.
No, but what is this guy? How does this conversation come up with the doctor?
She sends him to me. She gets the appointment.
And she
This
says,
man's wife,
and she says, oh, go talk to my pastor about the bonds.
go talk to my doctor, my employer about the bonds. And she gets the appointment, and I go. She gets the appointment, and I go see him. And then when we get in, he makes me wait till after he sees all his patients, and then he gets on my case. And man, he eats me up about what I'm doing. You know, they always see that you in the wrong. So when he got through, I said, well, if you finish, now I'll tell you what I had to say. And then I said, let me start with your cook.
So does he end up buying bonds?
No, he didn't buy nothing from me.
I didn't think so. Not after you said that to
No,
him.
I knew he wasn't going to buy that. Yeah, I knew he was going to buy nothing. So I said, well, I'll just let him have it.
I'm gonna let him know how I feel
Yeah,
about him.
yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
And so they knew I was something
They said
different.
I ain't one of these Negroes that's just going, yes sir, master sir, yes sir.
They knew that right off the bat. It didn't take them long. They knew they was gonna have to do.
And so how did you end up helping Mr. Booker T. Stewart?
Hmm.
How did you end up helping him? What after this happens?
His aunt or his mother's sister, somebody, she was senior member of the family, and she said to call me and said that he moved in this empty house next to her, and this lady was his relative, his auntie or something, and so she said, my nephew or whatever he was to her, he's so smart, and I want you to see what you can do to help him. And I saw him, I said, he ain't nothing but a bum. But he was smart. He just had not had
Structure and
no
training and
opportunity.
opportunity.
And he did what I told him to do, and he went from being a bum to driving a new car, owning a house, and living like a middle class man.
Wow. All he needed was a little bit of
All he
guidance.
needed was a little help, a little push. And he got there.
Wow.
And I had a part in it. I had a part in it. And that's how it started. That's why I said, I ain't never wrote his story. I ain't even talked about him. I ain't even thought about him. Because came up the other day. I said,
And he's just one, as you said, of many trees.
There's many trees. And now, what happens, and see, by his wife working for the doctor, and him trying to get on foot, that threw me into situations that I would have normally not have been in. Like I went I went to the employment office to help him with him.
Hmm.
And then I met the manager of the employment office. And then I had fallen out with the manager. But later on, the manager is about to lose his job because he can't get the quota that the government requires for the
For the employment office.
Job Corps
Mm-hmm.
from the black community. He didn't get his quota.
Mm.
And so he and the assistant manager were going to lose their jobs. And he calls three black preachers to come and help him. And the other two said they couldn't help him right off the bat. Well, there's nothing we can do. They left and I stayed.
Mm.
And then he said, well, I said, what's the case? What's the requirement? He told me what the requirement was. I said, I can get it. I can get your requirement, your enrollment. And so I said, how much time and how many? I went over I went over the number that he had to have.
Mm.
And so now he's in my debt. And see, like I try to get Katrina and them to see, sometimes you can catch more flies with
With honey.
vinegar. That with what is it?
With honey than with
Honey
vinegar.
than with vinegar.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to outthink them. It's about thinking.
Yeah.
That's why the Bible says, be fruitful. That means think. That's what he wants us to do, is to think. Think about what the situation is. And then you can weigh it. Then you weigh the situation and then you see what's going to be the best thing to do. You just think it. Everything starts with thought. All your creations on that phone I got,
Mm-hmm.
you thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
You thought that out. Everything, before it was ever seen, it was in your mind.
Right. Everything that's created starts off as a
Thought.
thought.
So that's why
And then you bring it from thought into reality.
into reality. So that's why when you look at this,
Mm-hmm.
a
That's
lot
what's
of
to
people
me
don't
what's so
think nothing
powerful
about the
about
Bible.
writing.
Huh?
To me, that's one of the things that's very powerful about writing is it's the easiest way to take something that's a thought and make it reality just simply by writing it.
Writing.
Because you've brought it from that
Yes.
energy space into the physical world.
Into manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
You manifest it.
Yeah.
And so we start with being fruitful. I said, and this is right out of the Bible. I said, you know, a lot of people write the Bible off and say, oh, old stuff is for another generation. But go back and look at it. You know, when you go
Well,
back, when the more I read it, I said, well, look at here. I've been reading this for years. I said, I ain't seen that, but I ain't really looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
What? Be thoughtful. Be fruitful means to create. If it don't exist, create it.
Mm.
If you are the image, you was created in the image of God. What is the image of God? He ain't got no body. You don't look like him physically. Well, how you like him? Man, God is a mind, divine mind. And so, what does the mind do? It thinks. So what does God do? How was you made? He thought you up.
Mm.
That's you before you was physically existed. You was an idea in the mind of God.
Mm. Well, and do you think that, because I just hear you talk about being a pastor and you help people like Booker and you going into Shoney's and you're doing all these things, but, I just, a lot of pastors don't do that kind of stuff. That's just not their
Maybe they're not pastors.
prerogative. Well, they lead the church.
Yeah, they're hustlers, pimps.
I mean, they are
Yeah.
collecting a tax every
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, they're pimps.
Uh,
They
and,
ain't pastors.
and I just think that, and just for people, not even just pastors, just people in general, you know, if you move through the world as you kind of describe it, of thinking of people as, you're planting these seeds in other people for them to grow, and ultimately they're planting seeds in you for you to grow, and you just move through the world with that belief and ideology that, hey, ultimately I'm here to affect other people's lives and make their lives better, and through making their lives better, then they'll enrich my life as well too. And I just think a lot of people are just, unfortunately, is too selfish to realize the
Then
the joy and the
the other word is blind. That they're blind. Also, the word blind. It says, "Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom." The kingdom is not made up of things that are altogether physical, so you can't see some of the things. Because you start talking to me about a flip stick, and I ain't never seen no flip stick. And you start thinking, well, flip stick, and we could do this or do that. But I ain't never seen and can't see it because it ain't in my mind. And it's not, it ain't laid out there, so it's just something that's in your mind. You know what it looked like because you're looking at it in your mind. I ain't seen that.
I always tell people who have ideas, they're like, I don't want to share my idea with people because they may steal it. And I'm like, look, people could steal it. I was like, well, I'll be honest. To take something from your idea in your mind to bring it into reality, it's a lot of work. And most people you talk to ain't up for that work. And even if they was, they wouldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
So you got to talk to people so you find the right person that can help you to do the parts that you can't do. I was like, but if you just keep it up here, you never share it with anyone, that's just gonna die right
That's
there.
where the second word comes in, multiply.
Multiply. Hey, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Well, here, I know you got a class to lead, so I don't want you to be late for your class, but we're going to pick this back up because I want to hear what happens in Alcoa and Africa and all the other places on the next episode.
I tell you, it's a whole lot to it, ain't it?
Alrighty, so we are back, and last we left off, we were talking about you had just moved to Alcoa. You just left, what was the name of the county? Montgomery County.
Clarksville, Tennessee.
Yep, Clarksville. You left Clarksville, even though you had a lot of opportunity there, but they had that contract out to kill you. And so you decide to leave and you go to Alcoa. So tell me, what was it like getting to Alcoa? What was the church like? Did you have a congregation? Just tell me about that.
Yeah, it was a much bigger congregation than the one I went to in Clarksville, and a little older group, and economically more substantial, and they were aluminum workers, and they worked for the union, most of the men, and it was a union city, union town. And so that was an interesting experience.
And black people were allowed to be in the union at that time.
They were just recruiting them.
Okay.
They weren't in the union. They didn't come. They were already in the plant, but they weren't
part of the union.
But the union wasn't in the plant.
Okay,
right.
Got you.
But so that came after the blacks had already been there for years.
Got you.
The union came in. Didn't come in with the blacks. It came in with other people. But the blacks were beneficiaries.
Right.
And so their economy changed drastically. The business magazine said that the laborers in that city were the highest paid laborers in the world.
Wow.
And I was kind of surprised because their lifestyle didn't show it. It didn't show it. And they didn't realize themselves that they was in pretty good financial shape. They just didn't realize it.
And so, did you feel it? I know this was a bigger congregation, but did you feel in a way that you were starting over at all, having to go to another church, or were you happy to be there? Like, how was your wife happy? Were the kids happy of having to kind of uproot and go somewhere new?
Well, I had to leave when I got there. When I got there in '67, I had to leave them behind. because they were still in school.
Oh.
So they had to stay till school was out, where they were.
Was that kind of scary to leave them there? Because you kind of left.
And so they went from living in a parsonage to living in a housing project. So that was a good experience for the family to see what it was like to live in a housing project.
Mm.
And there wasn't any other blacks in the housing project.
And when you say a housing project, this is not the projects.
Public.
What does that mean? What does that look like? Was it because when I think of the projects, I think of dilapidated, rundown. I'm guessing that's not what you're talking about.
Well, no, they wasn't dilapidated, but it was public housing.
Mm.
You know, every city had public housing. These are apartments.
Mm-hmm. But these were mostly white people in these apartments.
They were all white, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, there wasn't any blacks until then. See, this is after '63,
Right.
and so now things are changing, and they really the laws are forcing them to do stuff.
Right.
So they're a sample family going into this project.
Mm.
So that was
I don't think a lot of people realize that when the projects were first built, they was built for white people.
Yeah.
They was all white, and
Yeah.
only white people could be there. And when there was only white people in the projects, they was keeping them up. They was nice, and they had no problem having projects.
Yeah, they was nice.
But once black people could be in the projects, oh, we need to get rid of these projects.
Mm.
These are handouts. We don't want these projects.
That was the story. That was the size of it. And then the others began to live in trailers. That's when trailers became popular.
And so the white people moved out the projects and into the trailer parks.
Mm. Yeah. Yes.
Mm.
And so the children had to make adjustments, and the boys had to learn how to fight their way through, and to protect themselves and whatnot. But they made it. We all survived.
Mm.
And we had big apartments. I think we had like 4 bedrooms.
Whoa, that's a huge
So
apartment.
that was nice.
And this is when they were still back in Clarksville.
Yeah.
But you were in Alcoa.
I was in Alcoa, but I'd come home sometime during the week.
Okay.
And spend a couple of days. That was always interesting because when I would come back, if there was trouble going on in the community, they'd look me up. I remember once they looked me up and said the mayor was having a meeting and they needed my leadership there.
Mm.
And so they asked me if I would come to the meeting, unbeknown to the mayor. And so I showed up, and the mayor's secretary welcomed me and whatnot. And so when the mayor realized that I was in the audience, he said, "Are you still here?"
He said, "I thought we got rid of you."
Yeah. Yeah. So at any rate, but at any rate, the move to Alcoa was a good move because it gave me a chance to get emotionally and physically renewed. Because it took a lot out of me. And I was young, but it still took a lot out of me to have to deal with problems in the church, and then problems in the community, and racial problems, and union problems, and just it was just all kinds of stressful things going on.
Yeah.
And I was in leadership, and so I just didn't realize how much a toll it took on me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I got to Alcoa, they already had leadership, so I could stay in the background.
Right. You didn't have to put the whole town on your shoulders.
Right. That's right. I stayed in the background. And Dr. Coleman had told me, said, "You don't have to be in the front to drive." He said, "Smart leaders don't get in the front. They let somebody else do the fronting, and they drive from the back." He said all the smart leaders are backseat drivers.
Say it that way. If somebody get taken
I
out, it
had
won't be
never
them.
thought about it. But as a young person, you want to be out there.
You want to be in the front.
Yeah, where the glory
Yeah,
is.
that's right. I want the credit.
Yeah, but he said, and this Dr. Coleman was a good mentor,
Mm,
and he was as smart as they come. That's why I named Fred after him.
mm,
He was as smart as they come. He was a great businessman, an efficient uh, uh, manager,
mm.
uh, a popular doctor. He had more patients than any doctor in the town. No doctor had many patients as he did.
Wow.
But he was busy all the time. He worked mostly at night, slept during the day, and it's hard to keep up with him. He come to visit you any hours of the night.
He
But
said,
he
I'm a
was a
busy
great
man.
man. Yeah, but he was a good mentor, and he was like a big brother to me.
Mm.
He said, "Now this is what you should do."
Because I always wondered how you went from Carl, Katrina, Karen, all these K's, and then Fred. Now I know.
Yeah, that's how Fred got in there.
Now I know.
Yeah,
Well, so how long were they? How long did they stay in Clarksville while you were in Alcoa? Was that like
almost a year.
almost a year?
And
And
so
so when they come to um, Alcoa, uh, yeah, what was it like then? How was the church doing? How many members did you have there, and what were you getting into? You didn't have to be the civil rights, in the front of the picket line, but
I was still busy. Excuse me. I was still busy. I'm tickling my throat.
it's okay. And we'll edit all this out.
I was still busy, a busy person because I turned out to be the only resident pastor in the black community.
And what do you mean, resident pastor?
I was the only pastor that lived in the community.
Oh,
I
wow.
was there every day with the
Mm,
members. All the other ministers were coming in from out of town, lived maybe in other cities,
hmm.
lived in their own houses. I lived in the church parsonage next door to the church.
Mm.
Nobody else was doing that but me. I was the only one. It wasn't a standard practice, but they had they had gotten to the place where they just didn't want to do it, and they didn't do it.
Mm.
So that meant that when there was a problem that the people thought the pastor could help, I was the one that came to.
Mm.
Didn't make any difference what the denomination was.
Right, because you're the
Since
only one in
I
town.
was the only one there.
Mm.
So if there's something going on at the plant that wasn't
Then they
kosher,
called you.
something going on at the school,
And
uh,
I think that's interesting because today people don't call the pastor for nothing.
some of them don't know the pastor.
They don't know. They
And
know him. They see him up there. That's about it.
mhm,
But they're not involved with the community and with jobs, or they're just not really involved. They're
I
just
call them
at the
visitors.
church.
I don't call them pastors. I call them visitors.
And even a lot of these big mega churches, they're not. They live 30 minutes away from wherever the church is. They live in some big house somewhere, and they're not really involved with any if they're involved with the community of the church. If it's got
Yes,
to do with the church, if it's the church school, if it's the church basketball team, sure. But anything outside of those walls, unless it's a mission overseas, they ain't got nothing to do with them.
and which is not good.
Hmm.
And that's why the churches are losing something.
They lost a lot of influence because I
They've
feel like a
lost.
lot of activism and change came through churches
That's right.
and not anymore at
And the
all.
leadership of the churches. But when the leader is not there, uh, he's just another visitor.
Mm.
He doesn't have any power or any influence in the city
Right.
whatsoever. But I was a key man. I was there for things that needed for anything that needed changing. That was my challenge.
Mm.
That was my position.
And so, what are some of your? Because you guys spent the longest time in Alcoa, right? How long were you there?
Almost 20 years. I was there
Wow.
18 and a
At
half
the same
years
church.
at the same church, 18 and a half
Wow.
years.
So
That
that was
was
your longest time at any church,
at
right?
any church as a pastor.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know, listen to my mom. She always, that's where she went to high school. Like Alcoa is really the
That was
town.
home. That was
That was
home to
home.
my family. Yeah,
Mm.
that was the home for them. Because I stayed to give them a chance, everybody a chance to finish school.
Mm.
And, I let promotions and whatnot pass by
Right.
so they could have what they wanted,
Mm.
So I just had to keep my fingers crossed that maybe uh, my time would be next after Fred.
Right. And just
Hmm.
graduated.
Yeah,
I understand.
yeah.
So when you were there, um, yeah, what are some of the things that you remember, like some of your fondest memories from Alcoa? I know it's to a 20-year span almost, but just what are some things that stick out to you?
Okay, well, I was there on the day of Martin Luther King's assassination.
Mm.
And I was on the way to a meeting, and I had to travel interstate 75, I think it was, 65, from which went from Alcoa, Knoxville, down to Chattanooga. And so I'm traveling that interstate, and a trucker gets in behind me, and I'm driving at a highway speed, and but he gets in, and I noticed that he just keeps driving up close. As a matter of fact, he was trying to run me off the highway.
Wow.
I didn't know
This is
Dr.
with an 18-wheeler.
Yeah, and I didn't know Dr. King had been assassinated. See, I didn't know that. And I'm heading into Chattanooga because I'm on the road when it happened. So to a meeting by the presiding elder in Chattanooga. And so halfway between there, he just keeps traveling, and I speed up and he speeds up. I slow down, he slows down. And so about halfway to Chattanooga, I pull over to the curb and see if he's gonna go on by. And he pulls up right behind me. And so when he does that, I said, look like it's something gonna be up. So I get out of my car, but I reach up under the front seat and pull a jackhammer out. And I go to him, go to the truck.
And you got you dressed as as a reverend
Yeah,
with the jacket in your
yeah.
head.
And I go there to that. And when I go to the truck, I said, what's the problem? And so he's looking kind of angrily, and I reached to open the door of the truck to grab him, and he steps on the gas and moves on, and so I don't see him anymore. But that was a lot of excitement, to say the least.
And do you think he just heard the news Martin Luther King is dead, so I'm gonna get me another one? They
I,
killed him.
I I'm
I
sure
want my own.
I'm sure he was thinking that they just picked the wrong one.
He said, "I ain't going quietly into the night.
Yeah,
Let's
he
get
picked
come
us.
on, get on out that truck."
And when I got to Chattanooga, I didn't know that all this had happened. See, when I got to Chattanooga, I pulled in a station to get information and to fill up my tank with gas. And so they said, "Why are you on the street?" And I said, "I'm going to a meeting." They said, "Where?" I said, "Such a church. I think it was at St. Paul AME Church." And they said, "No meetings going on. Nothing." Said everything. This town is in lockdown. I said, "What?" Because there was a lot of blacks lived in Chattanooga,
Mm-hmm.
more than in Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
And so they said, the town's in lockdown. I said, "Why?" I said, "Dr. King just got killed." I said, "What?" And he said, "Nothing going on." I said, "There ain't no meetings going on in this town." Said, you have to get off the street." Well, I was traveling. So I knew what hotel I was staying at. So I went there and then tried to touch bases with the presiding elder so I know where to go. So the meeting had been postponed for that day, and they had the meeting the next day. And then that's when I got brought up to speed on what was going on and what happened. And I met a man by the name of a man that was a presiding elder. He wasn't a presiding elder, he was a pastor at the time. And but he was also full-time steel worker, I think is what he did. And he was a union officer, and his union was trying to get in Frosty Moore Meatpacking Company and organize. And they had already been, this is in Clarksville, that union, AFL, I think, CIO. They were trying to get in to the meatpacking company. And they said that it was a preacher that was behind the organizing, which wasn't true. This preacher they talking about, he that wasn't one of his projects, but he got the credit for it. which
They said we're gonna blame him.
Yeah, and so, at any rate, uh, the minister's name was Archie Griffin Sr. And so Archie told me, he said, yeah, we went in, what a union organizer told him, said they went in to organize this union, and they said they've been having problems with a Methodist preacher, but they was going to fix him, and that they had already picked out a man to do the work. That's when I found out there was a contract on me. That's when I learned. I didn't know when I was in Alcoa. I didn't find out till I went to St. Paul, Alcoa. That's when I found out there was a contract on me back in Clarksville.
But this time your family's out.
Now, family's still there.
Oh.
And I'm going back and forth.
You wasn't scared that they were still there without you being there?
See, I was concerned, but I was young. You know, when you're young, you don't have no lot of fear.
I mean, maybe for yourself, but you know, you got a mother and young children. What they can't defend themselves.
Well, they wasn't after them.
They was only after you.
They was after me. They didn't care nothing about them. They wasn't.
So this wasn't.
They wasn't a problem to them.
Listen, I don't know. The gangsters say they go after families.
Yeah, oh yeah, they do that. but they was after me. I'm the one they wanted.
And so, you know, for you having been involved with the Civil Rights era, you know, integrating the Shoney's chain, you know, to see Martin Luther King get assassinated, to know that there was a hit out on your own life, you know, how did you just feel in that moment? Did you feel like we got to keep going? Did you feel defeated? You know?
Well, I had a lot of other concerns because our money wasn't too good. You know, I didn't make ministers unless you way up on the top. Don't make too much. I didn't make no big money. I was the lowest paid man, I guess, in Alcoa. I didn't realize it because I didn't live like it, but I was the lowest. I had the lowest income. Those other guys could wrap me in money. They made money. And even though the salaries wasn't that big, but it was big for the time. And so they made pretty good money. And my money was really small, but it was more than I made previously. It was a raise for me.
So why are you always getting $7 a week, Grandpa? They ain't never paid you what you was worth.
Well, that was,
You said I wasn't doing it for the money.
yeah, I really wasn't it, and I never. That was one of the things that I didn't worry about money,
Mm-hmm.
because I wasn't looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
I was in it for the service, the work, and I was doing what I was inspired to do. I use that better than the word call. Inspired, which is the same thing. I was inspired to do that, and I was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I had other things, like for instance, my first week was an interesting week in Alcoa because several things happened. First thing, my wife called me and said they was out of money, so we need
Mm.
money. And although she ran the daycare, and we didn't close the daycare because I left, but we kept it going. But we had to move it out of the church since I was no longer in the church.
Mm-hmm.
Although another preacher who went there to get it, he couldn't hold it because the parents were with my wife.
He was
And
probably mad she moved it out.
and
He should
so
have just paid her to stay.
and just happened that Dr. Coleman died. He died just before I left.
Mm.
So his wife gave me his office. So we had the doctor's office, and we turned it into a daycare.
Daycare. Wow.
And so she ran the daycare out of the doctor's office. And but she wasn't trying to make money. She was just trying to help the parents with the children. So she had enough money to run the business, but she didn't have enough money to really take care of herself. So she said they were running short on bill money. Because that ain't hard for women, because they're going to spend. They think that credit cards are free money.
Not you saying grandma was overspending.
They thought credit cards was free money. So
What she wasn't over. What was she buying?
everything, everything they felt like.
She
So
was
I said,
living the high life when you left, huh?
so I said, that ain't free money. But at any rate, so that was looming. She said, well, we need money. Send us some money. So I said, okay. I didn't know, because I don't borrow money. I didn't borrow money. I didn't ask church for money. I didn't steal church money. So I had to figure out how was I going to do this, whatever it needed to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was working part-time as a salesman for investment. I was selling investment contracts for an insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
So that was big money, bigger than I'd ever made.
Mm.
I didn't make big money, but I made more money than a pastor.
Right.
Yeah, I made more money than a pastor. So I had been working and selling these contracts. Now the problem with that business was that I was one of about three token blacks salesmen,
Mm.
token salesmen.
Mm-hmm.
And so after we were trained, we were expected to sell to the black community. And the blacks, because of their way of thinking, they preferred to buy from a white salesman.
Mm.
That's because of the way they were
White
raised.
man's ice is colder.
Yeah. And so they bought the contract from the white salesman and asked me to explain it to them, what they had, which wasn't too kosher.
Hey, you ain't getting paid off of that.
I didn't get paid, nothing. Yeah.
And what were these exactly that you were selling? These
We
like
were,
life insurance or?
they were called investment contracts,
Mm-hmm.
where people bought. It was like buying a share of an
Of a
insurance company.
business.
Yes.
Okay, so it's like buying shares, but not on the stock exchange. These are what,
Yeah.
local businesses or?
They were big insurance companies.
Oh, so you're buying a share in a big insurance company.
Yeah.
So you have some ownership stake in
Yeah.
the insurance company.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
It's interesting that they used to have salespeople selling their shares in the business versus now, they're just on a stock exchange. You can go buy them if you want, but to just think that they have salespeople out here pushing shares seems kind of sketchy. I'm not gonna lie.
well, they had a stock market too, I guess, at the time, but I didn't know nothing about stock markets because I didn't do no business in that. You can't imagine how you gonna do for $7 a week.
You're not buying much stock. You're not buying much stock. That's for sure.
You can't even look at the report on the newspaper because you can't buy no
You
newspaper.
can't afford an antenna.
You can't afford a newspaper to look at it. So at any rate,
So who would you sell these shares to?
well, whoever I could, mostly the only people that I was exposed to was my members. And strangely enough, some of them made enough money to buy stuff like that. And those who was smart, you always had a few smart people in all the churches. So there's always some smart ones who bought stocks and bonds and what have you. So I did sell some. And of course, guys, there have always been some blacks who could cross the line and sell to whites. There's always been some of them.
Right.
I wasn't one of them because I didn't have any contact with them. I wasn't doing business in that community. I was doing business in the black community. I lived in the black community, among the black community.
Right. And so how much would you get for selling one of these?
It was good. It was good. I don't remember now, but I remember one check. My wife called me when she was really, she had just called the day before and said she was broke. And then next day, it was like she called me like on Saturday. And on Monday, she called me and said she got a check. I got a check. And she said it was more than what it took to pay all our bills.
And that was from the insurance.
Yeah, that I had money that I'd saved, business that I had written. So, and so she was sending me the balance. And,
See, she didn't spend it all.
huh?
She didn't spend it
No,
all.
that time.
Not that time.
So she sent me, and so at the same time, I had gone into, I was sick. I remember I was sick, and I decided to stay at the church and just pray and ask the Lord to give me recovery. And because the preceding pastor had moved on to Chattanooga, but his wife and daughter was still in the parsonage. And I told them they could stay because his child was going to school too. And so I said, we'll stay till school is out. That's what my family doing. Doing only the pastor in Clarksville that followed me put my family out. Said you can't stay in the parsonage, and he didn't live in the parsonage, never did. He put them out, so you got to go. And same thing when we left our car.
Now let me ask you this, because
we had that twice.
Here you have to me, it seems like every step of the way, the church, the political organization that is the church, no matter where you were at, was giving you the short end of the stick, not paying you, sending you places where there's no infrastructure. The other pastors, putting you out front as cannon fodder. You leave, they don't want to help you. They don't, like, no matter what, they never seemed like they really treated you as if they valued what you brought to the table as a pastor, as part of their church institution. And so I would just wonder, with that treatment, what made you want to stay part of that institution, especially as time went on, a lot of pastors went and started independent, non-denominational churches because they didn't want to they were over
Yes.
getting caught up,
Yes.
and having somebody else make all these decisions,
Right.
versus just saying, you know what, we just gonna make our decisions our own church. So what made you want to stay involved in that system? Especially you had the guy tell you, the bank said, we'll let you build your own church.
Hmm.
What made you want to stay involved within that system versus, say they not treating me right, I'm going somewhere else?
Well, the funny answer would be Donald Trump answer. He's a sucker and a loser. It would be, but I'd like to challenge,
Mm.
and the Christian religion, the real Christian religion, is about challenge. That first chapter of Genesis, where it says, down at the 28th verse, I guess you would call that my favorite verse because that's the will of God. God blessed them. Now, whenever God blessed them, Proverbs chapter 10, verse 22, the blessings of the Lord maketh rich, and he adds no problems with it.
Mm.
That's it. All right, so I always want to see, is it true? In Genesis chapter 1, verse uh, 28, it says, God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over everything that moves upon the earth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now, so that's my guideline, is the will. My guideline is always the will of God. What is his will?
And so you
So,
just felt like your God's will for your life was part of that challenge.
yeah, see, so number one is think it through. Whatever they do, you think.
Mm.
Think about what you're doing. Now, that's number one. Number two is multiply. Now, you got a team. Work that team. Regardless of whatever else is going on, that's your orders coming from the Lord. Don't make no difference. These other folks are not in the picture. It doesn't make any difference about what they're doing.
No matter what you're doing.
To you, against you, or for you, or what that. Don't worry about that. You follow the will. And then the next thing was he's multiplied. Then after you multiply, it says replenish. Replenish implies healing, fix it. If it's a problem, solve it. So that's what
And
I
so
set
you
out to
saw
do.
these are problems.
These are
These
problems.
churches they ain't got nobody here to pastor to them, nobody here to lead these communities,
That
and I'm gonna be the one to come in and do it.
solved the problem.
Mm.
Every time
So
there was a problem, I began to think about, I wasn't thinking about, is it any money in it? No, I was thinking about,
how can I come in and
how can
solve
I
this problem,
solve
help
this
these
problem?
communities? And all these communities were ones that, they probably just was like, they ain't worth saving, no way. That's how the church
Yeah.
probably felt about it.
And,
So, how long were you in Alcoa before you, speaking of problems and solving problems, before you went to Africa?
well, from the first week, I began to see problems coming up that I had to work on. And I remember that first week, and I've told you I got sick. So I said, I got sick in the morning, like on a Sunday morning. Some people would say that wasn't nothing but the devil. But I got sick, and it just looked like it slowly began to get worse and worse.
Mm. Not
And
tuberculosis again.
no,
Thank
no,
goodness.
that never did come back. I didn't have
Thank
that problem no
goodness.
more. So that morning, felt so bad. It probably was like tension or something
Mm.
because I had come out a lot of tension,
Right.
but I wasn't completely out. I was just coming out. I still had the aftermath to deal with. the family, like you was asking about the family, I had to feel that they had the support. So, any rate, I come out and I preached a sermon that morning. I don't remember what it was, but I preached. And then I had Sunday night services. So I went in to preach the Sunday night service. I was sicker. And so the one of the ladies in the choir said, Reverend, you look like you're tired.
Said, I am tired.
I was sick.
Sick and tired.
I was sick and tired. And so I was so sick I couldn't see the Bible.
Oh, wow.
And I come say, guy who became one of my best friends, Louis Dobson, who worked for Delta Airline, was out in the audience. And so I said, Brother Dobson, will you come up and read the scripture? He was very active. I think he was Sunday school superintendent. So he came up. Yes, Reverend. He came up. We went in the fraternity together in the Masons. I became a Mason. That was one of the things that happened. I became a Mason and a Shriner there. I'm a 32nd degree Mason. And so he came up and read the scripture for me.
But you were asking because you couldn't see.
Huh?
You couldn't see.
I couldn't see it. And then I preached. And
Could you
so
see it all, or you just...
I couldn't see the wording. It just blurred. I said, well, I am sick. So I decided, I said, I don't know what's wrong, whether there's something contagious, so I'll stay over here tonight and pray through, pray my way out of it. And I decided to stay in the church all night and pray and fast. So, at any rate, but right after the morning service, before that happened, but after the morning service, one of the officers didn't come to church that morning, Mr. Wilson. He comes at the close of the service, which was strange. He's a plant man. He worked in the plant. And so he said, Reverend, said, I'm from Cleveland. And said, I was a member of a big Baptist church in Cleveland. Said, and they don't have a pastor. And said, they heard about you. And they want you to be the pastor. I said, what? And now this is a member of this church now. He's a member of the AME church now. But, and he said, they told me to tell you that they would offer you whatever salary you needed.
Grandpa, this is like the fourth time somebody that said they would pay you whatever you wanted if you came to their church.
You get a vacation overseas, and you once a year you can go to Holy Land, and then you get a radio broadcast, and of course a housing and transportation.
Why you keep turning down all these good offers, Grandpa? I know you say it wasn't in my spirit. I felt like I shouldn't go.
I said, the Lord didn't tell me to go. I said, I said, that was tempting. It was tempting, but the Lord didn't tell me.
He said you're supposed to be in Alcoa.
Signs or nothing, nothing but a officer that he's supposed to be in church. He come in here with that. I said, well, it must be the devil. But at any rate, and that night, I got sick and sicker. And I went down in the basement after all the members left, and I went down, and I fell down the steps going down into the basement. But I got down in the basement, and I said, I'll go stand over here by the furnace and pray. And so, and then there was a couch over by the wall near the basement door, and I would sit down there and pray. And some said, get up and walk around in this basement. Just make a circle, walk around, and pray. Ask the Lord to heal this, whatever it is. I'm walking around in the basement in a circle in the dark. And when I get to a certain spot, I feel like I'm walking in a shower. Just something comes. I said, what is that? And it happened 3 times. When I come out of it the third time, all sickness was gone. I said, what in the world was that?
Mm.
That's some of that Holy Spirit stuff.
Wow.
That's what it was, baby.
Ellie said she
Yeah.
heard it.
And so I said, well, I was feeling good. I said, I don't feel nothing, no pains, no aches. So I go and sit down on the sofa. I said, well, since I'm over here, I'll just sit here and go to sleep. And all of a sudden, I hear at the basement door upstairs, I hear somebody say, Reverend, are you down there? It's Jimmy Roy Dean. I said, yes, I'm down here. He said, you got a call. You got a telephone call. And he said, come on, let's go. I came to pick you up, came to get you. Well, he lived about 5 blocks from the church, and I live right next door.
Mm-hmm.
so we walking next door, and we walking in the snow. It's snowing
Mm.
now, and I'm cold-blooded, but I didn't even feel it, you know. It just didn't bother me. I said, that's strange. Yeah, I'm walking in all this snow. I ain't used to walking in no snow and just barely clothed.
Mm.
I had enough clothes on, but I didn't have clothes for no snow because it wasn't snowing when I went into church. So I got on the phone. It was Lois. So she said, well, I got some good news. I said, what is it? And she said, a check came in the mail from your insurance company, and it was enough money to pay all our expenses, and I'm sending you the balance. I said, what? And so she said, we're doing all right. So now, and then the pastor's wife said, Reverend, you got a call, and it's coming from the Smoky Mountains, and a guy up there in the Job Corps, and he's calling for you to pray for him. And so I talked to this person. I never heard of him before. And he said, will you pray for me? And he said, I'm in trouble. He didn't spell it out. I don't remember what it was all about. And I said, sure. And so we had prayer. And he thanked me. I said, if there's any more trouble, call me back. He never called back, so I guess he got it all right.
Mm.
And so I was out of that problem. Those emergencies just evaporated. And so that was the start. That was my first month, I guess.
Ooh, that's a
That,
so
that my,
you got that offer at the Baptist church within your first month.
my first month. Yeah,
Wow.
my first month.
And at the time, grandma ain't had no money. So you really should have been tempted.
Yes, that's right. I really should have been tempted. And
Wow.
they were going to pay me more than the AME church.
But
Yeah.
something in your heart just said it ain't
And I
right.
wouldn't have had no more bishops over me in apartments and telling me what
You'd
to
have went
do
from
and not.
$7 a
Mhm.
week to $7 an hour.
Yeah, so things was really looking up. Things really changed.
And
You
they
know,
just changed with that
kept,
night.
but it wasn't over with. You know, because there was still problems,
Yeah.
and there were other things that transpired.
And so what year is this now when you first went to Alcoa? That
Well, I
was
went to Alcor in '67.
67. And Martin Luther King was killed.
In '67 or '8.
Okay. And so when did you go to Africa?
In '72.
So what happened how did you end up going to Africa? Like what set that up to happen?
In '72, early part of '72, the month of Negro History Week, I said to the
So this
ministers,
predates Black History Month. This is Negro History Week. What week was that?
the second week in February,
Okay.
they had, I was a member of the Ministers Association, the black member of this white ministers association.
A token black once
And so
again.
I said to them, why don't you let me do a talk in February at the February meeting on Black history.
Ellie.
And so they said, okay, we never had that before. We never had that before. And so I prepared myself and gave this lecture using film strips,
Mm-hmm.
and I had purchased. I had a good set, and so they really liked it.
And what were you teaching about?
Black history.
And
Oh,
the white people liked it.
yeah, they liked it because it was very well done. It was
Mm.
good, and they said we've never seen anything like this. And I remember one guy told the pastor of the Presbyterian church that he said that contradicts everything my father ever taught me about black people.
Mm.
Said I didn't think black folks had ever done anything because that's what I was taught. Said but it said that was something. So when after I had finished, I got an invitation to do it again at Marysville College, which was a Presbyterian school for upper middle class people.
Mm.
And they were just beginning to have a few. They always had a few blacks, but not many.
Mm-hmm.
And so they asked me to come and teach black history at the school. And so I
Oh wow,
prepared to
as a
do that.
professor.
So I got a chance to work on the campus. Now, and in the class was about 4 or 5 Africans. A student said to me, Have you been to Africa?" And I said, "No." I said, "No, I've never been to Africa." He said, "Well, why don't you go?" I said, "Can't afford to go." He said, "You can't afford to go." He said, "It's just as easy for you to go to Africa as it is for me to come to America." And I guess, well, I had to think about that. I said, you always think, well, they're poorer than we are, aren't they? And he can come. Of course, I didn't realize that I'm talking to a wealthy man's son.
Right.
Ain't no poor folks coming over here from nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They're Most of them are rich people's children, excepting those who are as Donald Trump said, they're dumping the prisoners, which the Europeans did. The
Mm-hmm.
Europeans
Right.
dumped
Back in
their
the day,
prisoners
that's
down
true.
in Georgia. That's what they did. They dumped
Right.
them out in Georgia, into the jails
Right.
in Georgia. And so he don't say nothing about that. Oh,
Right.
yeah. But at any rate, he said, it'd be just as easy for you to go. And I started thinking about it. Well, this was at the close of school, public school. And Lois and the Jarrett family were discussing going to Disney World in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Jarrett was going to take his vacation from the plant in Disney World. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
he made big money,
Mm-hmm.
and so which all as I said, most of them, even the lowest paid people, made way more money than I did.
Right.
So he's going to take his family and my family to Disney World.
Mm.
So while they are talking about that, I'm thinking about the African trip, you know, and the students has challenged me, and so now I'm back to that. Be fruitful. Think. I went in my office to think about it, and I said, well, what would happen if I tried? I don't have the money. I ain't got bus fare. I said, you say I don't have bus fare in Knoxville. Now I could go to Africa. So I decided, I said, what can you do about it? Well, you can sit down and you can write a letter to people and explain that you're interested in broadening your understanding of what Africa's about and what they're doing. So I began to sit down and write letters to people, our people and other people, and see how they respond to my interest in going to Africa. And I say to the other people, I said, if I get to go to Africa, I can see things that other folks can't see because I'm black and they let me see a lot of things. And so, to my surprise, they began to send the money. Now, I'm working on the day that my family gets in the car to go to Florida. I go in my office and sit down at the typewriter and start letters. And I didn't leave that office. I just stayed there. I said, no need going home. Ain't nobody home. So I just stay here. I stayed in my office and wrote. And the last letter I wrote letters to all the churches that I had the address. And the last letter that I wrote was to a Republican who was the Congressman John Duncan. I told him what I was interested in. Well, he's already in Washington, and he just goes over to, he knows who I am, because I've had him over to the church to speak. And so he goes over to Howard University, and they are having a program for the PhDs, people that are studying for their doctor's degrees. A doctor's is called African Study program, and it's going to be in West Africa.
Oh, wow.
And so when I hear from him, he says, I got you enrolled in the doctoral program of Howard University. And they're going to,
Wait, but you didn't even have a bachelor's degree.
I didn't have a
You have a bachelor's, no master's. Now you're in the doctoral program.
in the doctoral program.
Because this is a Senate Republican congressman from Tennessee.
Yeah, from that area, yeah. And he's from Knoxville. And so they know who I am, because I'm a person, I'm in everything, I'm doing stuff, I'm gonna turn up. And it's during that time that I get the from one of the governors gives me the makes me a Tennessee colonel during that time. But at any rate, I go to.
And so he gets you enrolled in the doctoral program.
In the doctoral program.
And so do you end up going to D.C. to go to Howard, or do they just let you go straight to Africa?
No, I have to go for indoctrination there in Washington, and that we go to the United Nations building in New York. In New York, that's where we go.
And who was paying for this? You had a full scholarship or something?
Yeah, they paid the full thing. I raised an extra $500, I think, for spending
your travel.
money.
Okay.
But they paid the travel and all that other stuff.
Wow.
I said, wow.
And how long was this whole program? Are you going to D.C. and then New York?
Well, it was during the summer. That summer of 72.
So this is this is like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
Oh, more like
2 months?
Like a month or two.
Wow.
Yeah. And my father came up. He had just retired, so he came from Charlotte and pastored my church. When that so like God worked, he came and said, I'll pastor for you. He pastored my church while I went to Africa.
Wow.
And
wow.
And so
wait, well, hold on. The senator, the congressman who did this, because he's Republican.
He's Republican, and I'm a known Democrat.
Yeah, and so what I'm confused is when you were doing all this stuff in Knoxville and everything, you were kind of a troublemaker for him, were you not? Because you out here pro-integration, integrating, showing he's the governor, having to get involved, trying to tell you the stuff. You seem like you public enemy number one. So why do he want to help you?
Well, because I was an influence in the community. And if he could have, it would be better for him to have me with him than have me against him.
Mm,
I'm sure that's what he thought. And so he was very kind to me. But I'm like this. I'm courteous because I understand, as I told you the other night, I understand that everybody that God plants in your life, whether they are negative or positive, is a blessing to you.
right.
So,
Well, I tell people all the time, with Flipstick and raising money and the mentors I had and the people that wrote checks, most people that wrote checks to me were white men. And most of those white men are conservative. And I can guarantee you that
mm,
many of them voted for Trump. But
yes,
they also wrote me checks for 50, 100,
okay,
150, $200,000.
okay,
And it is, I think we get so caught up a lot of times in, politics and what people think and race and all this other stuff that we forget, God works in mysterious ways because the same
absolutely,
people that I can guarantee you very happy about the Trump administration are also some of the very same people that said this black kid, he's trying to do something and I'm gonna get this kid 200,000 of my
absolutely.
dollars to go and chase after what he's trying to do.
And you're saying that right. And that's why I didn't need no gun to go after somebody who was the enemy.
Mm,
I just needed a good
good
mind.
mind.
I need
Mm,
to know how to approach him and how to talk to him. That's why one of the best experiences, one of the interesting experiences I had was to teach a class with let's see, I had 17 white men in a class in Clarksville, all members of the Ku Klux Klan, and they loved me.
wait, back up.
And
You had 8 members of the KKK in what? In what class?
they would learn to be machinists. They had been down in the luck and they were trying to get a start.
Mm-hmm.
And the government, under this program of Lyndon B. Johnson, the
Mm-hmm.
Great Society, was funding adult education. And they had this class for machinists.
Mm-hmm.
And we had only 3 blacks in the class. 3 blacks and 17 whites. Yeah, 3 whites and 17 whites.
3 black, 17 white. And how many were Klansmen?
All of them. All of
And
them.
how were you involved in this?
I was hired as the teacher.
So you
I,
taught the
I
class,
taught the class.
and the Klansmen were there.
I,
What they think when they first came in?
I, well, it was how I introduced myself. I said, my name is Reverend Ligon. I answered to Reverend Ligon. And I said, you gentlemen are here for me to help you. And I said, and I'm not accepting anything but a reasonable response. I'm not having no foolishness in my class. And I said, but I'm here to help you, and I'm going to help you. That's what I'm here to do. And there's some great possibilities, and we're going to try to see that you enjoy them. And we began to work, and it was it. The whites did better than the blacks. The blacks never really see they paid them while they went to school.
Mm-hmm.
So the blacks just wanted to get the paycheck, and they really didn't try to learn to work.
Mm.
And now this Stewart that I tell you, he was in a class just before my class. There was one before me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't ask any questions about that before me, but it was one before me, and he was the one black who graduated from the class.
Mm-hmm.
And when the government put pressure on these people about not hiring blacks, and there was a company in Nashville that had to have a black machinist. He was the only trained one.
Mm.
And this homeless man got the job. And he went from being homeless to being middle class.
Wow.
that was a success story.
Huge success story.
Yeah.
Affirmative action
Yeah.
in progress.
Yes.
And so with these, but I do want to ask you about these classes. So they didn't ever give you a problem even from day one. They was
Well, they
fine.
tried a little bit,
What did they do?
They would try. They'd ask me questions, see if I could. They could ask me questions that I couldn't answer and stuff like
Hmm.
that. They tried a little bit, and by me not being a person of pride, I said, now I'm going to put it like this: that there will be questions and information that I don't know. Said will be. I said, what I'll do is, if you ask me a question that I can't answer, I'll look until I get the answer. See, so I don't have a problem with not knowing
Fruitful.
everything.
Fruitful.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
said, "I'm outthink you."
yeah. That's what I did. It was just a matter. And when I was in college, that's what I practiced to see how good I could think.
Hmm.
That's what it was all about. It was learning to think.
And so, wait, I want to just go back to the Africa trip because we kind of jumped around.
Okay.
So, when you went and when you taught that class, that was before you went to Africa, right?
Yes.
So, when you went to Africa, what did you learn there? Like, what? I know you were with
Oh, that's
Howard and you went to the United Nations, but what did you guys do when you were over there?
Africa changed me. It was a part of my change. When Jesus says repent, it means change your thinking. It changed my thinking. First of all, I had never seen black folks running anything big. When I got in, when I got off the airplane at the international plane airport in Accra, they would run in the airports. Black men were flying airplanes with black stewardesses. I'd never seen nothing like that. It wasn't nothing like that in the United States.
Mm.
No black pilots and black stewardesses. That didn't exist. Not over here.
Mm.
And the funny thing about it was that things that existed in Alabama didn't exist in Kentucky. The black guys was driving trains in Alabama. Black folks didn't drive no train.
Right.
They
And so
drove a
when you're in
broom.
Africa, it's opening your eyes to like,
Oh, I started seeing things that I had never seen. Then I noticed stuff like I noticed how loud blacks were in English speaking countries like Ghana and Nigeria. How loud they were. Well, they're loud because they want to be seen. They want people to know that they exist, and they're loud. And
versus in America they were quiet.
loud in America. They just like the Americans.
Oh.
Just like the Americans. They love James Brown and that. I'm black and I'm proud and I'm loud. And so, but when they went to French countries, they were quiet. They talked quiet.
Mm.
Even when they were partying, they didn't get loud. I said, it's culture. It's not their nature, it's their culture.
Mm-hmm.
It's what these white folks are doing to us that's making us. See, I had never seen that. See, because there wasn't no way to see that in America because we're all English.
Mm-hmm.
But I went to 4 countries, 2 English speaking countries and 2 French speaking countries.
Mm. And what were the countries that you went to?
I went to Ghana first,
Ghana,
then I went to Togo, then I went to
Togo,
Dahomey, then I went to Nigeria.
Nigeria. Wow. Okay.
The Togo and Dahomey were French speaking countries.
Mm.
Nigeria and Ghana, English speaking.
Mm.
And some of them were relatives, and they was different as night and day. I said, well, what is that? It's culture. It's the culture that they grow up in that makes them different.
Right.
It's not the blood. It's not the race. It's the culture.
Right.
And so I'm seeing this stuff that I had never seen before. And so now my thinking is changing. So- And I remember standing on the Atlantic Ocean Togo, just looking at the ocean and just thinking how much is how much is happening to me,
Yeah.
because just the idea that I'm over there, as the guy said, how did you get here? I said, God put me here.
Because I sure didn't pay for it. And I ain't supposed to be here.
God put me here.
Wow.
Because, that's like you said, you didn't have a college degree
Mm-mm.
and you're in a doctoral program. Yeah, how did you get there? you know,
And the guy
yeah,
that put it in there is the guy who's the opposition.
you're not supposed to be in nothing like that.
But you are. You
But I'm
supposed to
there.
be there, and that's exactly why you were there.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm right in the middle of it. Yeah.
Wow. And so when you see all this and you go here and you visit these countries, you see black people running things and black people like you've never experienced before. And what what kind of work did they have you do there? And then how did that then change the work you did back home?
Okay. Well, I went to go to school. What I did, I combined everything. I did some preaching. I visited churches. I got a chance to see what the AMEs would show me. Nothing. I got a chance to, I got a chance to see what the possibilities were. I got a chance to see religion in Africa
Mm.
and compare it with religion here. I got a chance to see great minds of Africans in the 6 universities that I attended,
Mm.
and got a chance to to compare ideas with them. I got a chance to meet the revolutionaries that were preparing for some military revolutionary changes. That was in Ghana when they had a meeting, and I was invited. I don't know how I got invited, but I was there. And they were getting ready to overthrow Angola, and the meeting was held in Ghana, and I was there. I got to hold
Thought
up.
you was in the meeting with the Revolutionary Guard
Yeah,
before they overthrew the government.
yeah. And so I got.
What were they talking about in the
And the
meeting?
funny thing was that I think there were spies in our travel group, and they was watching all the young men like you in your age group.
Mm-hmm.
They watched them like hawks. But the ones they wasn't watching was me and another old guy. Boy, we were seniors to them. And so they didn't pay us no attention. They said, they ain't up to nothing. And they watching these younger guys just talking smack.
Mm-hmm.
We was in the action. We were where the stuff was going down.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't take you with them to the presidential palace.
And so it was an interesting thing. A lot of things happened. But uh, And so one of the thoughts that came to why wasn't there a closer relationship between us and other black people? Well, that's intentional. That they don't mean for that to happen. They mean for it to stay, for us not to get together. Because when you get together, that's strength. That's multiplication. That's
Right.
that's a part of the success plan.
Divide and conquer.
And so the Lord said, multiply. Well, the enemy makes sure, if he can, every time he can, he tries to keep us from multiplying. We won't get together and we won't make no progress.
Right.
And they like it like that.
And so learning that and seeing what it looks like for a lot of black, hundreds of thousands, millions of black people to work together to run things. When you came back to Alcoa, you know, how did that influence the way you moved?
Well, one of the things it did, it made me stay in the AME,
Mm.
because the AMEs is a great organization,
Mm.
and it's together. It was the first big organization, and it's still surviving. It's just dragging, but it has potential, and it's still got possibilities.
Mm.
It's just a matter of who's in the lead. And
And so you felt like, yeah, I could go on my own and
but,
not have to deal with the politics, but
but stay where you where God put you.
mm,
It's a purpose. God has a purpose. Sometimes you can't see it all the time. Most of the time you can't see it,
Right.
but you don't have to see it. God can see. Just let Him do the driving.
Mm.
He's the driver. Yeah. So that's how that deal. And so I'd say, even though a lot of times I would have probably had a different uh, outcome, but I came out where He wanted me. And it was like when I got ready to retire, the boy said, "Well, I had a new house in Fayetteville, and I had a contract with the United States government. I was making money." And Carl said, "Oh," and but my aunt Florence up here she was 90 something, and it was just wasn't good for her to be up here and didn't have nobody that she was a part of raising, and she didn't never see me. She
Mm-hmm.
seen the others, but she didn't see me. So I said, "Well, it's time to go home." I didn't want to go. And your grandmother, she didn't care for Fayetteville. Even with the new house, she didn't care for it. And she liked Huntsville, all right, but she loved the mountains. She loved Alcoa
Mm-hmm.
and the mountains, Smoky Mountains. And so she didn't care about Louisville. And Louisville's home, but she would come to Louisville. So I said, "Well, Florence is up here. I just need, I've spent all my life away from her. So I'm going to go up here and spend these last years making sure that she's all right." Now, Fred had already got back. He was here.
Mm-hmm.
And Karen came before Fred. So she was here.
Yeah, I remember because I remember when you were in Fayetteville because that's where I crashed my bike into that brick wall
Okay.
because I
Okay.
didn't know how the brakes worked. So I
Okay.
remember when you was in that house there,
Okay.
and then you moved here to St. Paul.
Okay. Okay. Well, at any rate, uh, but the African trip gave me a new way of thinking, you know, deeper thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And so I teach that it's about thinking. That it's all about how you think and how you see things. That's how God works. He works through your mind, and so that's where your likeness to God is.
Mm.
It's not physical. It's mental.
Right.
That's that's
100%.
that's where the likeness of God. We're built in His image. His image is His mind, and so that's where we are created. And He created us like He wanted us. Now we may not suit other people. It says that in Samuel, it says that man looketh on outward appearance, but God looks on the heart.
Mm.
So man is looking at what you're doing physically, what he can see. God is looking at what you can't see. He's looking at your mind. He's looking at how you think. Yeah, I can use him. He can think, and he can think like I want him to think. And then he gives us his avenues. I found this passage of scripture that says, "Like a tree planted by the rivers of water." And it sounds so strange, strange phrasing. But I said, the rivers of water, all these things that supplement our ability to think. That's the rivers of water. And when we are planted there, it causes us to grow and become productive. And like I listened to Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant says, "There's no end to the amount of reading I've done." He says, "I've been reading." And although he's a young man and he's got into lots of stuff, he's got a record of being promiscuous, but
Amongst other things.
but he's brilliant. When he opens his mouth, you hear something. He's saying something. He ain't
Mm-hmm.
talking no crazy foolishness. He may say it in a comical
Flamboyant
way,
way.
but
Mm-hmm.
it's deep. What he says has got a lot of. This pretty black woman that married him, she's a PhD. And she said she's never seen a man like his. You know, and I noticed it. You know, and his father's brilliant. He's
Well, I
John
think,
Brown.
a lot of people, you want to look, we act like because someone is profound, it has to that they aren't human. And we want them to be this non-human person that's got flaws and selfishness and all the other things that come with being human. And so then when they make any, especially today, when they do anything that we deem is not the perfection image of what a person should be, we're like, and it's just like, what's up with that?
Well, they do that because sometimes it's just envy and
It
jealousy.
is. They want to see their downfall.
They
People
looking for
love to see it
they
nowadays.
looking for your weak
They
spots.
love to build you up, and once you get too high, they want to tear you down.
You know, even there's some good things that in Trump that 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 you can admire that attracts people's attention to him. That's why he's got a following. He ain't no donkey.
Mm-hmm.
He's about something, and there's some powerful things about him. And Elon Much.
Musk.
Yeah, it's some. I noticed he gave 5 things that make you successful that he does daily, and I said he right on target.
Oh, he's very listen.
He right on target. He ain't nobody's fool. That's why he's the richest man in the world, cause
Right.
he is not a fool. And even though he ain't going in no direction that we want him to go into, that's a blessing to us. But he ain't no fool.
Right.
He's not. He's a long
Just
way
like
from
Hitler
being.
was no fool.
Huh?
Just like Hitler was no
No, he
fool.
wasn't no fool. They
That's how
ain't
he went
fools.
from broke
Hmm.
to in charge of Germany.
That's right. So they not fools, and we can learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why instead, a preacher told a bishop. He said my bishop was upset with the way things were going in the church, and he was upset with the preachers. And he said I took him over to the side and I said, Bishop, can I say something? He said, yeah, but he said, don't get angry, get smart.
Mm.
That was a powerful thought. Don't get angry. And you know, lots of folk, most of us black folk, first thing we do when somebody does something that's negative to us, we get angry. That's not the right reaction. Get smart. See, you just outthink them. That's what you do. Outthink them. When I was going through the
Think and
fraternity,
grow rich.
I was going through the fraternity, and they had come up with this hazing. So while I'm going through it, the first thing the thought came said, now don't get upset. Just outthink them. Whatever they do, you be thinking how you going to counter it. Every step they make, you out count. You do some thinking about it, and then you respond. Don't respond without thinking.
Mm.
And brother, it made it an excitement. It made it an interesting experience, even one I had in a cemetery at midnight with them. But
Wait, what fraternity was this?
Kappa, I'm a Kappa.
So they had you in a cemetery
Yeah,
hazing you. This was when you was at Tuskegee
this was at Wilberforce.
at Wilberforce.
Mm.
And what they do? What they have you doing in the
They took me
cemetery?
and me and another young man from New York to the cemetery uh, after midnight, and we were supposed to stay there and make our way back.
Mm.
And so they tied us up, and we put us up against the tombstone. Well, it was dark, so I couldn't see what was going on because I was blindfolded.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I could hear them say, "Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here." So, say, "Man, this ain't no place to be." Well, and so here they gonna leave me in a place that they want to get out. And so they drive out, and I'm hollering for this other guy. He's not there. They take him with them. He's too scared to stay. And so I have to stay in the cemetery by myself in the country. But I knew all the time it's a matter of thinking. Just keep thinking, you know. And so I won't go into that story. That's just that. But anyway,
That's a story for another
that's
day.
another day's story. And so, but those are some of the things that have happened, and I went from Alcoa, from Alcoa to Memphis. That was another experience where I worked in prison ministry with the Catholic Church. I worked for Dismas House.
Mm.
I met them while I was in Alcoa, served on the board of directors in Alcoa, but I went to Memphis and I became the head of a house, halfway house. And then I go into prison, and anybody that I put my hands on, you could come out. I come in there and I said, well, you deserve to be out.
And they were just
They would parole you to me, and I bring you
wow.
on out. That was that was some power.
That's some real power.
And I go in and I would bring men, women, black and white, out of prison.
Wow.
And so that's another story. But that's an interesting story. One guy comes out, I never will forget. He comes out, he comes to my house in Memphis. And then after he leaves, I don't see him anymore. But when I see him again, he's in Huntsville, Alabama. And I said, well, what are you doing here? He went to school for the ministry, and then he opened a business, a halfway house,
Wow.
and became a millionaire.
What?
A millionaire. People saw his work, and they said, so I said, how did you get the idea? He said, watching you. I said, what? He said, I just did what you did. I said, well, what you know?
And how many people did you suspect that you helped in while you were in Memphis? People that you got out of prison and helped rehabilitate.
Oh man, I don't know how many, but because I would bring them out steadily as they let me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know how many. I haven't counted them.
And how many years did you do that?
About 3 or 4 years.
Mm.
That was a very pleasant. And they
And you were
told,
also pastoring a church while you were there.
yeah, I went there to pastor the largest church we had in Kentucky and Tennessee, Claiborne Temple.
Mm.
Big, it was a big, beautiful thing.
And that was downtown. That was downtown.
Downtown,
Church.
not far from, not far from the, what is it, Durban Street?
Yeah, Bourbon.
Bourbon Street, yeah, not far from that. And right downtown. That was an experience. The heating in there cost more. The heating expense was more than they could raise on any kind of Sunday. It was up in the money.
Then how'd you pay for it?
I had to think how to pay. I had to go in there and figure out how to work. It was I didn't have no members. I had this great big cathedral,
Yeah, a
bigger than
giant
that church over
cathedral.
there, and if you could put that was a little church. You could put that inside of it. And
So
I
you had
had
a
to,
big old downtown cathedral and no members.
I had about 50 members, and they didn't want nobody else in there.
And the church has capacity for how many?
Mm,
How many people can fit in there packed on a
thousands,
Sunday?
thousands,
Thousands.
thousands. Man. It was
So you
huge.
got a
It had
2,500.
like not one balcony, like 3 or 4 balconies. You've seen them kind of churches.
Yes.
It was the showplace of the South. It was the Second Presbyterian Church, the
So
largest of its kind in the South.
it just seems to me, Grandpa, they find the worst place possible. They say, send Carl Lincoln
They
to
didn't
that
send me
church.
there. That's the bishop didn't send me. I chose to go there.
Why did you choose to
But
go?
another bishop before him said, because the bishop who bought it and put his name on it, he said, they say that you are the only one that can go there, and I want you there.
Mm.
But when he got ready to send me, the men who were already there in the city said, he can't come to Memphis because we can't control him. And so I didn't get to go, but I went under the next man. He died, and they sent another man there. And I said, Bishop Claiborne wanted me to come to Memphis. No, it wasn't Bishop Claiborne. It was Bishop Ball that wanted me to go to Claiborne Temple, because he put his name on that, Claiborne Ball Temple. And so he wanted me there because he wanted something that would stand and be, that represent him the rest of after he's gone. And so this next bishop was Bishop Thomas. He said, okay, I'm sending you, but I'm not sending you. You sending yourself. That's what he said, because he knew that it was something.
He said, we're going to pay you $7 a week.
No, that wasn't none of the $7 a week, but it was tough. It was tough. I tell you, it was tough. It was another stem winder, but it was tough. But I was thinking, I'm standing at the door one day saying, how will I get people? And I had one man with me every day, and he was the janitor, and he was my cook. And so I said, I want you to fix me a pot of bean soup, and because I like beans, and I'm gonna have me a pot of bean soup every day for lunch. And I was standing at the door, and I said, I know what I can do. I can invite some guys to come in and have lunch with me. So the only guys that was passing by, and I lived on that street. I lived on Miller Street. On one end of Miller Street was the Crips, and on the other end was the Bloods. The Crips and the Bloods. And the police said, you told me one day when my car broke down, said, where you live? And I said, on Miller. Said, that's the worst street in town. Said, you can't have your family down there. But we stayed there safely. And let me tell you, so I started inviting people, and who came? The Crips and the Bloods. And I had, do you know how many men I had? 100 men daily. And it was from the Crips and the Bloods. And they made me their pastor.
So you took the empty church and you filled it up with the gangsters and the pimps.
I guess that's why, I know when I got here, the people called me, they called me OG. I said, why? So I asked the guy, I said, why they call you? I said, why? I asked one of my members, but I said, why they call me OG? He said, they call me old gangster. Old gangster. And that's what the young guys do. These are the Crips on the street. They
And
come to the
so
old gangster. But anyway,
it's just interesting to me. No matter
and you
where
know what? Fighting among the Crips and the Blood was off limit in my place. And they told people, said, we don't allow nobody to bother Reverend Ligon and his family.
Wow.
And so I had that help from the Crips and the Bloods. Isn't that something?
That's incredible. And you helping getting some of them out of prison.
Yes, right.
Getting through the halfway house, get them set up for life. And I think that when you talk about it was tough, you never made a whole lot of money doing it, but the amount of lives that you changed through all those different places and all those different journeys, I'm sure, hundreds and thousands of lives.
That's that book that I'm writing. And I'm just thinking about what happened doing just that one man's experience and his family, how it threw me into things, and I had to think for him and for me. But some of the things that was blessing him turned and blessed me.
Right.
When I was trying to get him a job, it turned out they got me a job.
Right.
Because I was hired to teach this class.
Right, to teach the machinist class.
Yes. And all I had was I had a teaching certificate. Something told me to get a teaching certificate. So when Lois applied for a teaching certificate, I did, and we both had a teaching certificate for Tennessee. And that's how I got the job. I had a teaching certificate. If it hadn't been for that, I didn't have no diplomas. So, yeah, that's how they.
Listen, you had a lot of enrollments and no diplomas. You know, went to every university in the
I
country.
went to lots of universities and made good grades, made A's.
Oh man, you'd
And I
have been
said,
in a
I,
doctoral program.
and
You're
I said,
Wilberforce, Tuskegee
why didn't the
University,
Lord let
Kentucky.
me graduate? I said, well, it's because uh, some people, when they graduate, they become just an educated fool.
Mm.
And he can't do nothing with them. But see, I didn't have that to fall back on. I had to fall back on my mind. I had to use what he put up here because I didn't have the papers.
Mm.
I didn't have the certifications. So I had to depend on my ability to think.
Mm.
Well, I had everything that the certified people had except the paperwork.
Paperwork. That's
That's
right.
the
I know
only
that.
thing I
I know
didn't
how that
have.
is.
I never could get it. I never did get it. But I had it up here,
Right.
and he carried me through.
And sometimes, you know, when you had that mindset, you may not have wanted to help the people that you end up helping, but you
That's what
never thought you were
happens.
too good for anybody. So, you know, you go to a city like, hey, if the only person that can get in this church is the Crips and the Bloods, then that's who's going to be in here. I don't need a whole bunch of college graduates coming here, middle class, got money. I'm going to help who's right
That's
here around me.
what the problem with the church, that the members and the pastors who had been there, all they wanted was the people
Who could pay.
who could pay and had the name say. They didn't care. They didn't want the people they had to help.
Mm-mm.
But those are the people who can fill up the church. Those are the folks who need the help.
Mm.
And those are the folks who came.
Mm.
Those are folks who filled it up for him, for me. Yeah.
Mm.
And it created a lot of waves from it, but it was all good. As one of the politicians said, it was all good, all good. Yeah, it was all good. So it's been interesting, and it's helped my thinking. And as I get older, I see more. You know, instead of getting angry, a lot of times we get angry when we shouldn't be getting angry. Don't get angry, get smart. Just think about it. Look at your situation, size it up, and see how it'll work for you and for others, you know. And so no matter how bad it is, they say God wants it that way. He wants it that way, you know. No matter how bad it gets, he wants it that way. So you can work it out.
Mm.
And then the other word in there was subdue. Subdue means overcome.
Mm.
God loves overcomers.